And Nikki. Restore belief with Nikki. There we go. I am Nikki Jacobs. How y'all doing tonight? Chat filter. Gotta fix all of this so that I can see everything. There we go. Whoops. Take care of a bit of business here and there. Yeah, that's not doing it. Why is this not showing up? There we go. Let's go to this one. Aha. And go to this, and hello, that's not doing what it should be doing. And share. Hello, hello. To the one in chat. Okay, let's see here. Try to get some of this business done so that I can go on and continue with what we're going to be talking about tonight. Okay. There we go. Erase that. And put in the live link. Anyhow, I hope you all are well. It's been an interesting night, to say the least. Yeah, we got some things to talk about, folks. One of them being a deceased government asshat who showed up and started screaming at me from the other side. Anyhow, doesn't it get interesting? Yeah, it gets interesting when you get a dead government asset who was constantly harassing you and in your home, in and out of your home, and doing things that are illegal and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And yeah, you go to take a shower and this bitch it comes in and starts screaming her head off and blaming you for all of her bad karma. Kind of comical. Hello, Carson. Carson? I hope you're doing well tonight, Carson. Anyway, it was rather interesting, to say the least. And then she was trying to get me to say code words. And I'm not going to say code words. So F that. She's coming up with all these different names and things. I am a psychic medium who is an ET abductee. I just got asked by Carson, who are you talking to? I am talking to you guys. And I am telling you about a lovely little interesting experience that I had tonight. Anyway, I'm also a targeted individual. Hello to Chris and Chad Minko. Hello. Anyway, so it's made for a rather interesting evening when you are getting blamed for their karma because they've done evil doings and evil bad things. I just find that hysterical. So yeah, when she's the one who was part of deep government and harassing me along with a number of others, and I believe this may have been Catherine, now that I think about it, because the last one that showed up off and on out last night, he ended up unexpectedly showing me who he was, and so I call him Stevie Boy, which I think is hysterical. Catherine if I'm not mistaken, is the what I call the cat litter lady, because when she comes in astral, um, she literally reeks of cat litter. Doesn't matter how fashionista she is. If you smell like cat litter when you're coming into astral, that's kind of a problem at home. Stevie Boy, he does a lot of smoking, and every once in a while he'll smoke a cigar. Nice cigar. Um, so I get a lot of targeting that way. Um, but I find it just incredibly funny and almost to the point of hysterical when you've got a government asshat who's now dead on the other side, and the first thing she does while you're in the shower, you're halfway through your shower, and she shows up screaming at the top of her lungs, "It's all because of you! Hey, you! Are you listening to me? Hey, you! It's all because of you!" And I'm like, lady, you did this to yourself. You can't blame me for your karma because you've been doing evil things and things that you have no business doing. Neither you or that fucking program that you've got going on. So then I looked at her and I just went back to washing my hair and my shoulders. And I was like, lady, get the fuck out of here. Or before I call an angel, and you don't want me calling an angel. You don't want them coming and dealing with you, especially now that you're in spirit form. It's really traumatic. So, hello, Joey. Early onset dementia. Money. Hello. The cool guy. Hello. Lumox. Hello, Amy. Your door is ajar. That means it's open. Yes. Um, Chris. Okay, I just wanted to be sure that I am catching everybody here. So anyway, so it was an interesting. Oh no, you do not. Early onset. That is absolutely unfucking acceptable. Um, wow. Thank you, Amy. Um, so anyhow, uh, and then she's trying to get me to say numerous different code word names, and I know it's her. And I just no, Joey, it wasn't you. It was whoever this person who's got the channel that says early onset dementia. They were putting in some very detrimental, negative garbage. I won't allow it. There's no way in hell. So, do you consult the I Ching? No, actually, I consult my guides, the different hierarchies, things like that. So tonight, I didn't expect to be coming on and first talk about this lovely little experience. um, Finkelstein. Uh, Interesting comment. That's going away. Um, Anyhow, so uh, yeah, because I was going to be talking about ET abductions and what it's like for some folks. And I was going to read a statement because it was part of I'm in a group and I was unexpectedly made as a mod because of my ET experiences. And somebody had asked a question, public question in the group, although the group is now private. And it surprised me how much response I put out. And I thought it would be important to read it because if you are an ET abductee, because that's typically what I talk about. I try not to talk about the government assets in astral that the GAIA as I'm now calling them. Um, but they are a bit bothersome, and they can be a pain in the ass periodically. Well, they're here anywhere from they started back up again a couple weeks ago. They had finally laid off for a bit and then started back up, and then this morning, I should say, I haven't been nailed with a do weapon in a while, and I got I got nailed hardcore. And I went, "Oh, that's nice, MFers. Isn't that fun?" So anyway, about 2 weeks ago, not 2.5, about 2 weeks ago, they started back up with coming back into my home in astral and targeting me in very specific ways, um, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. I'm homebound, so why the hell would you bother? I mean, really. Yeah, I am periodically on um, paranormal teams to do energy work, to do hierarchy work. Doesn't happen very often anymore because I've been trying to take care of me and deal with my health in my life. And as somebody who deals with, oh God, there for a long time, I was dealing with ETs every week, sometimes 3 and 4 times a week. And now they've quieted down, but I'm still being abducted. Um, and so some examples I wanted to talk about tonight were the different things if you are an abductee, things to watch out for. Karen, okay, Karen, I'm not going to read your last name just in case. Uh, green grenades. I will read what you said though. Green grenades. Did you know? Okay. I am not reading that. That is not going to be on here. Okay, so going back to Karen, uh, who says, "It was always scary for me, especially the last abduction. They were not happy with me." Yeah, I've been there. I've had that experience where they are, um, Rick Jones, hello. You're new to my chat. Uh, Mr. Sabir, hello. Doing all right tonight. Well, I wasn't feeling good earlier, but I'm doing okay right now. I just want to be sure I got everybody. Naya, do you call yourself the I Ching? No, I don't. Um, so anyway, like I said, interesting night. Stuff I didn't expect. Getting nailed with the energy weapon, that's always fun. God, that made my head hurt really freaking bad. And it wasn't the headache. It's definitely, oh, this thing is too melty. Um, it's definitely, it was definitely a do weapon. Um, so since I know very well how my body reacts to that, and it was an energy burst before it happened, so that's how I knew. Um, not fun at all. Uh, Somebody let me know how my sound is. I went to hear the sound from last week's episode. Oh my god, the sound was absolute shit. So somebody please tell me, Amy, if you're still watching, let me know. Is there a buzzing sound? I want to be sure that that is not happening. If it's happening, then I've got to undo. Sound is good. Thank you, Karen. Um, okay, good. That means it was because I had the device plugged in, um, and it was the connection. No, perfect sound. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that immensely. Um, so okay, now here's what I wanted to talk about besides government asshat shit. I just found that incredibly funny, especially with her coming back over and over and over again, trying to get me to say all of these code words. And I'm here to tell you, my guides and my family are like, they're showing me that they're code words. That's what I found so funny is that my own family, my own spirit guides were showing me what she was doing and how she was trying to do things. And I'm just like, you can't be covert when you're on the other side. It's just not possible. Anyway, she was being a real bitch, and I'm trying to find where this is. Oh, yeah, I know where it's at. I gotta think about it a second. There we are. Um, and scroll down. I had saved the information, but of course it's on a different device, which means I've got to get it from here. So it's going to take me just a moment. Um, Sorry, I do apologize. I had anticipated having this up and taken care of ahead of time. Anyway, um, so my response is about ET abductees. And if I remember correctly, the question somebody had, whoa, I just recognized a name. Holy crap on a cracker, as a certain TV show character would say. Wow, just recognized a name from high school. Holy crap. Okay, anyway, that caught me off guard. What the hell? This is not 2 days ago. Oh dear, please tell me they didn't remove it. Oh, son of a bitch. I think they did. Which means I gotta get it from here. Anyhow, so my response to this person, was all about things that you can do as an abductee trying to get through it. Um, wow. Okay, it's not showing up. That is strange as hell. Well, it was really well worded too. I wonder if I could pull it up. Oh. I know where it's at. Okay. I did save it. I just saved it in a different way. There we go. And I just forgot about that, which is part of what happens when you get crap thrown at you. Here we are. Okay. Now I'm going to read this. This is long because on a response like that, it required a specific level of a response. Okay, so this this person, I believe it was a female. She was asking, uh, how can you get through your ET abductions? What can you do? So this was my response to that. That is perfect, Mr. Spear. Your smile is totally exquisite. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dynamo, have you read your? I'm not reading that out loud, Dynamo. Nyla, what is your sugar level? Honey, I have, and I don't care about talking about this. I have PCOS. I'm on the farthest end of the spectrum that a doctor who dealt with PCOS for 40 years, long time, and told me out of all of her patients, I was on the farthest end of the spectrum with PCOS. Now the difference was that I never had depression, and that was because I stuck with a lot of B vitamins. Well, my guides and my dad who are on the other side were pretty insistent that I deal with uh, B vitamins and flaxseed oil and a bunch of other things. So there's that response. So it's insulin resistance, basically. Anyway, so here's my response to this woman about dealing as an abductee. As a lifelong abductee who only started really dealing with them in 2018, more so in 2019, journal everything. From like what others in this comment section talked about, the missing time. Journal the missing time. But also journal about body marks, like triangle tattoo looking marks, 3 or more dots that create a triangle that look like tattoos when you don't have any tattoos, or burn marks on one's body, like on the head, the neck, or the ears, where there's no way that would ordinarily happen, like the back of the neck, the back of the head. I know somebody where that happened. They had a very defined burn mark, as if their head had been in a metal cradle that got very hot and burned their entire back of their head. I mean, it was real specific. So yeah, there are things like that. And you take pictures of them, real in-depth pictures, real close up, the way out to show that it's a head or wherever other part of the body, and you take very good quality pictures of it, because that's part of your evidence. That's part of your documentation. Or burn marks on one's body, like on the head, neck, or the ears, where there's no way that would normally or ordinarily happen. Medical situations such as disappearing pregnancies, which do happen with a lot of ET abductees if they're in the one of the various hybridization programs. So you'll have a pregnancy, you'll go to the doctor, it's definitely diagnosed as a pregnancy. You've had an ultrasound, it shows up as a pregnancy, and then 3 months later, that pregnancy has disappeared. 4 months later, it's gone. I mean, just gone. And you didn't have a miscarriage. It's literally, you never gave birth. It's literally that infant is gone. That's medical evidence right there. Especially when you've got ultrasound showing and documenting that there's an infant there. It's them taking the baby because you're part of a hybridization program. It's not a miscarriage. There's a big difference with a miscarriage. With a miscarriage, you're usually looking at a DNC. Do not ask what that is. Go look it up. D, and then the letter, and then the word and then the capital letter C. Look it up. So it's usually what happens after the body rejects embryo and however far along that infant is. So you'll have a missing infant. Photograph body marks, journal even the supposedly mundane that isn't so mundane. Things like waking up in a bed in a different or unusual position. For example, waking up with your head where your feet should have been, or waking up horizontally, going across the bed, instead of vertically, where your head is at the head of the bed and your feet are at the feet of the bed, foot of the bed. Well, there are times where you're not a traveler in bed, so to speak. You don't toss and turn. Those are signs. Those are you got to watch out for things like that if you are an abductee. I recognize the name. Anthony Jojo, hi. Anthony Marquez. Hey, Lady Cool Headset. Thank you. I appreciate that. Check it out on Amazon. I don't have an Amazon store or anything like that, but that's where I got it. Tesseract. Hey, Grandma. All right. Anthony, is that limited to an autoimmune disorder? Autoimmune disorder regarding which? PCOS? PCOS could be. I don't know. You'd have to do some serious research into that. Tesseract. Do you know who Robert Sapolsky is? Name sounds really familiar, but I can't place it. Can't place him or the name, but it sounds vaguely familiar. Okay, so let's get back into this. disappearing, such as disappearing pregnancy or pregnancies, photograph body marks, journal even the supposedly mundane that isn't so mundane, like waking up in bed in a different or unusual position. For example, waking up with your head where your feet should be or should have been, or waking up horizontally instead of when you went to sleep in a vertical position laying in bed, waking up with clothing on backwards or clothing inside out and you haven't done it. Or different than one that you put it on before going to sleep. Waking up in different locations than when going to sleep. And it's not from drugs, drinking, alcohol, anything like that. Zelda, I often woke up at wrong end of my bed as a child. Yeah, the only time I ever had that was when I was being abducted. Other than one morning where I woke up because my mom was washing sheets late at night and I ended up going to bed on my bed in a sleeping bag and our cat had kittens at my feet in the bag. That was really disgusting. The following day, that night, um, I fell asleep in the sleeping bag, clean by that point, and ended up falling asleep to where my head was in the sleeping bag, and my socks were off. My clothing was. It was weird. I can't remember every detail of that one, but it's something that I've realized that it was a direct result from an ET abduction, and that kind of stuff, when you look back on that kind of thing, that can get scary as for a little kid. Real fast. Uh, Zelda. Haha, my cat did that too. Yeah, laugh out loud. Yeah, it's kind of gross when they choose to do that. Or they crawl into bed with you at the feet of your bed, and it's nice and toasty warm. And they're giving birth in the dark. And I'm like, oh, that is so gross. Because you wake up with your feet and legs covered in ick. It's really gross. Anyway, Zelda, and was terrified to look at the sky as I believed if I saw them, they saw me. Yeah, that's because they do. But not always. So, there's that aspect of it as you can actually call ETs to you. I hope you know that. That's a whole other subject, and some of them you don't want to have happen with that. Zelda, it is weird. Yeah, it is. Okay, so waking up with clothing on backwards or clothing inside out, or different than when put it on before sleeping, waking up in different locations than when going to sleep. For example, in the other apartment that I lived in, I would fall asleep in this chair in the living room, and about 15 hours later, I'd find myself in bed, and I didn't get myself there. Not of my own accord. And I was like, how the hell did, and I went, oh man. And that's when I start looking. By that point, I was looking at when I was making realizations that I was being abducted. By that point, I was checking my body. I'd strip and I'd get the camera and I'd just go, okay, where the hell are these goddamn marks? Sure enough, I'd have a triangle stamp tattoo on my body, or I'd have the 3 dots, or I'd have a straight row of lines, dot lines. Like I think I talked about that last week. They look like pinpricks that bubble up with blood, but they're straight rows. And you went to bed, and There's no other way because you're not a sleepwalker, you're not a there are a lot of things you rule everything out bit by bit by bit. You check the medical, you check the psychological. You're living your daily freaking life and you're experiencing these weird marks, surgery marks, um, just weird shit that you have never had surgery on, body parts you've never. So that's something we'll get into in a minute. Super Helm. Hello, Miss Moonface. Your headset is beautiful. Moonface. Well, that's an interesting one. Hello. Um, or waking up with, like I said, waking up with deep surgical marks when you haven't had any kind of surgery in that location on your body, or you've never had surgery before, or surgery marks that disappear within 3 to 24 hours. Yes, actually, they disappear like the surgery was never done. This is why you take photographic evidence. Yes, she was asking about support too. Yes, find a trusted support group for abductees. Personal opinion, don't rely on people you know because they may have deeper, more private, real views and opinion issues than what they really tell you. Uh, so let's see. Uh, so when I say be careful, and I very, very much mean it, be very careful with who you trust with your information. Um, uh, Mostly because they may be believing that you are crazy because that's in their reality, but it's not your reality. Your experiences go well beyond what they themselves have either experienced or could understand. I've personally been through that numerous times. Um, Once again, so be very careful. All those that haven't experienced it could and use you and your experiences and situations in negative ways. Again, be very careful in who you start to trust with your information for reaching out to for support. Yes, support is vital in dealing with ET abductions or any kind of ET combined government abductions. So please, again, be very careful in who you confide your information to. Again, document everything, no joke, as this will help you see patterns that you didn't see before because situations can be very involved even in one ET abduction. Uh, Clive, I identify as milk. My pronouns are semi and skimmed. And then Amy comes back with just don't be a half pint of 2%. Tipsy Texas tea. So bye. Okay, we're that Tipsy Texas. We are not going there. Um, Nothing much, homie. Are you an extraterrestrial? No, dear, I'm not. Um, and interestingly enough, I kind of wondered if I might have been a hybrid. And somebody who deals with this subject quite well and for a very long time. And I know a number of people in the community now after what is it 6 or 7 years now, um, and had not met this person before up until it must have been 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm trying to remember how long. Anyway, and he told me outright. He goes, "No, they are. The other side is telling me that you are absolutely not." And his ET guide was telling me, "No, you're absolutely not." And I went, "Okay, that's a relief." So, 100% human. So, because there are people that are on this planet, they are human hybrids. There's no other way to say it. May, what is this live about? Let's see. ET abductions, paranormal, psychic abilities, being a targeted individual, um, heavy hitting stuff. So that's what it's about. Nothing much, homie. What type are you? I'm not. And nobody is here. Said hi. It broke. Okay. So I'm going to go on and continue reading. Um, yeah, okay. You journal because situations can be very involved, even one ET abduction. Regarding the psychology of being an ET abductee, there are a vast plethora range of emotions being an abductee. So suggestions are things like find things that create or help ease the psychology symptoms, such as the anger, to crying, to everything else, the range of emotions that goes with this. You've got to take care of yourself very, very well. And it's not easy sometimes because it's I call this a process. Being an ET abductee is a process. The I can't even okay. The senator? Sen I have no idea. Anyway, wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Yeah, there are some really detrimental ETs. And then there are some that are the exact opposite and truly positive and loving and caring. And then there are ones that are trying to uh, combine their species with the human race so that their species will survive. Gets really twisted sometimes. Amy, hit refresh. Either refresh or hit chat filter and click on all messages. Christine Mutin? What proof do you have? Sounds like I'll say so. They're demons. Did you? You mean they are demons? Did you see or have pics of them? Okay, we have somebody called Good Looking Hunky Rosie O'Donnell live. Hi, honey. I'm not Rosie O'Donnell by any stretch of the imagination. Aquaberry Clean. Okay. What? Okay, so Christine, what proof do I have? The proof that I have, some of it's medical, some of it is the physical photographs of what has happened. Yes, Brittany, I agree. That lady that played in Misery. Well, that wasn't Rosie O'Donnell, dear. Tatis, what is this? ET abductions, psychic medium, paranormal, things of that, cryptids, things of that nature. Anyway, I'm going to get back to reading. Let's see. Come on. Oh, mother pucker. Just a second. This thing just flipped out on me. Okay. Okay, regarding being the psychology of being an ET abductee, there are vast plethora range of emotions being an abductee. So suggestions are things like find things that create or help ease the psychology symptoms, the anger, or the rage, to crying, to everything else of the emotional range, and create moments of positivity where that may be music for some people, while it's crafting or art for others, such as using AI to create images of what you experienced, drawing or painting what you saw, building what you saw, even if it means in clay, um, because that will help it get out of your body, so to speak, because you have body muscle memories with this. Um, Such as using AI to create images of what you experienced, drawing or paintings what you saw. In my own experiences, art really helped me to deal with the different ET abduction situations. This next part will be a heavy and hard thing to hear. Do I recommend counseling? Yes, because ET abductions, can be a traumatic experience, and usually folks have some form of complex PTSD, while other experiencers do not. The problem with finding a counselor regarding this subject is that the general counseling psychology population believe this is a crazy person's or a delusional person's subject and issue, when in point of fact it is not. It is extremely real, can be truly terrifying for some, while many other abductees experiencers do not experience the frightening side of it at all. So the subject becomes extremely difficult. But if it's trauma based, then that calls up all sorts of psychological challenges. Again, be very, very careful in who you choose as a professional to divulge ET abductions and experiences with. There are extremely few people in the counseling field who actually deal in this subject in their as a counselor in their counseling sessions. And the ones who are actually trying to help, it is usually an out of pocket expense because insurance, hello, will not cover these topics. No, because you'll be classified as you're nuts. So PM me, private message me for a name of someone I know who does numerous support groups because she herself was an ET abductee experiencer who found there was a real need for these groups. These are not public groups, but private support groups for numerous different types of abductions or targeted individuals. Please be sure to take very good care of yourself because a wide range of emotions do come up with these experiences. That's why it's so important to find healthy, positive, mentally or physically constructive ways of dealing with the emotional side to these experiences because these experiences can affect the body in muscle memory, just as it affects the brain and psychology side. So it gets. Thank you, Amy. Uh, God's favorite 777. Are you a Mormon? You definitely fit the description. Absolutely not. I am not. Uh, okay. Hey, Drew. Christine. Yes. Is asking, do you believe there are angels and demons? Do you believe in God? Yes, I do. In all of that. Because of being a psychic medium and being on different paranormal teams, and doing various ethereal work, dealing with hierarchies, working with God, working with Jesus. Yeah, I do. Very much so. Um, and hierarchies, the archangels, the different levels of angels are very real. Um, the different realms that they reside in are very real. Things that when I started to fully open up my um, psychic abilities, it was a major eye opener to me. Um, it, it it was a massive mind bender. I had a hard time. 17-7 on the numbers tonight. Um, that means something to somebody. I don't know who, but anyway. Yes, the realms. Yes, the realms are many and different. Yes, says Drew. I agree. Darth Cracker says, "Holy cow!" Yeah, it's quite the mind bender when you deal. Whoa, 21-7 or 217, depending upon how you look at those numbers. That's interesting. I don't know why. Anyway, Karen Hackbarth. I agree. Yeah, I mean, and I'm a Christian. I get a lot of crap for stating that I'm a Christian, that I'm an ET abductee, and I deal in paranormal, and people don't like that. They just flat out don't like that. And I'm like, that's fine. I'm a very unusual, very different Christian. Um, and people have a really hard time with it. A lot of stuff I kept very hidden, and because otherwise you'd get shunned. And I don't believe in shunning. To me, it's bullshit. And that's going to cause a lot of issues for a lot of people that I know. A lot of people that I know. So, um, it's just how it is. Uh, yeah, I do agree with that. That's a huge part of it, Karen. I agree. She says it's about relationship, not religion. Um, it is, but it isn't. How do you say that without getting into too much detail? Joy says hi. Andrew Gnomes Trucking Express says my dad can go through any one of them. He's a very high upper, different rules when he protects me. Yes, very true, and I've seen him protect you, Drew. Very much have seen his Drew's dad is a powerhouse. He's somebody on the other side you don't fuck with, to be blunt. And yeah, just because I've got a potty mouth, I've got a sailor's mouth, whatever. So, uh, oh, now here, this gets interesting. Christine, excuse me. I read that wrong. What is a Christian to you? You can't be a psychic because that's more on. Uh huh. Yeah. It's interesting, Christine. Um, actually, yeah, I am a psychic and a medium. How would I have known that a specific female government asshat who was with the CIA, who is now dead, who showed up while I was taking a shower and started screaming at me while I'm in the shower. Peaceful shower, I might add. I was like, the spirits are not around me, thank God. It was really nice. And then she comes in, running in, screaming her head off at me. It's all your fault. Yeah, it's all your fault. She's just throwing a hissy fit. And I'm just washing my hair, getting my hair, and I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. So, anyway, yeah, it gets to be interesting. Hello, microplastics. Hello, what's your opinion? I'm not going there. Bill Jones, I see you've been expecting me. Oh, Cyrus, is this Roseanne's sister? No. Um, Farah. Okay, that message got removed. You know, that's interesting. So I've been, Karen, I've been mistaken for a few people tonight. That's interesting. Anyway, no, I'm not related to anybody famous. Thank you very much. At least not that I'm aware of. Although my grandfather, he was extremely well known in Seattle. Okay, so here is something that I posted to. Do I have OnlyFans? I don't even know what OnlyFans are. Well, okay, that's not correct. I know that it's a platform, but I don't know any more about it. So that's your answer to that, Jake Foster. Faith. Hello. Sandra Horn. Who are you? My name is Nikki. I'm an ET abductee, psychic medium, and experiencer of a plethora of paranormal. That's thank you, Karen. Kieran says, leave her alone, guys. She's a nice lady by the looks. He's asking you that. Oh, he's asking for some nudes. Oh, we're going down. Well, at least we're not dealing with. Last week was interesting because I had somebody coming in wanting me to be a dominatrix to his sub. Not my thing, guys. Gals, not my thing. So I go to graveyards. No, Sandra, it's very rare that I go to graveyards unless I'm drawn to them. I was on a trip there's a couple of times I've been on a trip, but they're like years apart. I mean, you're talking 10 or more years apart. And so excellent question, Joshua. So basically, unless I get called to a graveyard or unless I have a family member there, it's the only time that I go. And there was a time when I was on a trip in 2020. God, I think it was 2020. It was either at the end of the summer of 2019 into either end of August into September of 2019, or it was May of 20 May. That's not right. End of summer of 2020. Either way, I don't remember which at the second. Must have been 2019 because by 2020 we were in lockdown. And we went on a mini vacation, just a drive to get away from Seattle and Seattle, Washington, and to get away from just to have a day trip type of thing. And we ended up passing, and I was like, I kept getting this weird feeling, and then all of a sudden I realized I was being drawn, and I went, son of a, what am I being drawn to? And we passed this little itty bitty town over in the peninsula of Washington State, and that started a whole process. I had a woman in that graveyard who refused to allow me to leave the graveyard. Would not. She literally stopped my feet from walking. One of the strongest, most powerful spirits I'd ever come across. And then it was shortly thereafter that I found out why she was so strong. She had to be. She was trying to protect. There were some very, very severe problems on that ground, on that property, very severe. And the other side, the Sasquatch, the Fae, other beings were trying to protect that property. And it was very bad. It was a very, very bad situation. And it is something that I have talked about before. But yeah, you get that kind of crap going on. And but no, I have paranormal in my house on a daily freaking basis. I get spirits coming and going from here, talking to me every day. And after I got targeted, it decreased the volume or the sound on my hearing, but I was still receiving in multiple different ways because I don't just receive via my head. And that's what the government was trying to do, was to shut me down. Because hello, I don't mean to be rude or a know-it-all, or I'm a powerhouse, and I know I'm a powerhouse. I used to walk around when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old saying I was afraid of my own power. Why would I do that? I never understood that. It made no freaking sense. Thank you, Amy. I remember. Drew says, "I remember that story." Yeah, it's just pervy. X Sage says, "Grandma can get with it with her witchy shit." Yeah, I can. They know I can. Which is one of the reasons why I became targeted. Well, that and a government book on that I don't talk about very often anymore, but a government book that I got the opportunity to read. When I was a teenager, an older teen, and that dealt with all the government's ufology shit, everything, from 1933 on. So over 90 years. Anybody that says 70 years doesn't have the correct information. They're full of shit. It's over 90 years. It's literally right now in 2025, it's 93 years. So anybody on the ufology circuit is full of shit when they're saying it's 70 years. Well, that's because that's what they know it as, and it's not accurate. Karen, ha ha ha, oh my god, you're cool. I have extremely good intuition. I've always thought I was a bit psychic, but I feel a tool that God gave me. I am autistic as hell. I've had a troublesome life. Yeah, when folks are autistic, they usually have different interesting things, and it's because their autism is just how it is. I'm dyslexic. I mean, stupid stuff. Sorry, I get it. I freaking get it. Because it affects. I didn't have. Do you go sleep? No, they can if they choose, but typically no. They're all over and living their best life. Yeah, that's right. So Andrew and Gnomes Trucking says if Nikki is out taking walks, she can be drawn to places. That's an understatement. When I lived in a certain section in Seattle, in the Greenwood neighborhood, yeah, I would be drawn to locations, and I'm like, why the hell am I being drawn to this damn building? And sure as shit, touch the side of the building, and I'd see all sorts of stuff, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to know this. But there were reasons why. So I've had deceased. I didn't expect to have a reaction to that thought. I've had deceased crime victims come talk to me. Like deceased crime victims, we are talking serial killer victims, okay? And they have shown me their very last memories about the last moments of their life. I am here to tell you, I would not wish that on I would not wish on anybody ever. It's horrific. Um, it's truly, truly horrific. And when you know you can't do a damn thing to help them. Um, and all they want from you is somebody to know what happened to them on their last moments. That is something, as a psychic medium, I have a very, very hard time with. Sorry, hang on 1 second. Very hard time with. It's one thing when you can do something for a spirit, but when you get a number of spirits coming to you over and they're being told that I am the one, for whatever reason, they're choosing me, but they're also being told from the other side that I'm the one to go tell. Well, a lot of those crime victims, okay, wait a minute. Okay, so Sandra Horn, this kind of goes into, I'm scrolling back up. This kind of goes back into your question. Do you find out who dies from murder and where they're left? Yeah, periodically I do. But the problem is that authorities don't believe psychics. You have to be either on some kind of circuit in the psychic field, be very well known, or somehow unexpectedly become involved in the police, one of the police departments, detectives, FBI, that kind of thing. I never used to be an on-demand psychic, but if I had to and focus, then yeah, I'd get information. I was never one of these folks like, uh, I mean, I can if I have to, but I don't force myself to anymore. I used to think that that's what everybody wanted. Yeah, it's part of what people want, but that's not where I now understand where my life is taking me and what I'm supposed to be doing and where I'm supposed to be taking a stand. And that is one of the reasons why, because I think also not only was I targeted because of that book, because I asked a retired CIA government agent if he had ever heard of the book. Um, and 4 days later, I got targeted by government, by military men in a psychic connection dream, and I damaged him. Their lead guy got yelled and screamed at the following day because he is never gonna work again. Well, too fucking bad. He had no business doing a psychic connection to anybody in their sleep. And I take real issue with that. That is incredibly dangerous. It is one of the most stupidest fucking things you could do. And um, one of the things that I would like to do is teach everyone how to protect yourself when you sleep. Because when we are asleep, we are at our most vulnerable. And that is how ETs, that is how spirits, that is how psychics can make a psychic connection and a psychic link. Because you're sound asleep, you're in a different level of higher consciousness when you sleep. And there's a whole process to that, quite a process. And it's how the ETs can control, it's via a psychic connection, via higher consciousness. But it's also how the government is running programs. And I know they're running programs because I've seen the fucking programs. I've psychically seen the programs because I've tracked these motherfuckers back. Pardon my language. I told you I've got a potty mouth. And it really comes out when I get pissed off. And this is, so I just went crying to this. I'm sorry. It's just, I get very angry over being a targeted individual. And I have every right to be angry. I've been told that I shouldn't be angry. And I'm like, fuck that shit. Pardon me. I have every right to be angry, but it's also what they want. So, I do a lot of ignoring. because, it's just whatever. A lot of times anymore nowadays, I don't even say two words to them. A lot of time I'm like, "Oh, you're back, motherfucker. What do you want?" So there's all kinds of stuff like that. But regarding Sandra Horn, do you find out who dies from murder and where they're left? Yeah, periodically I do. And there's a young woman, her name is Jennifer. She's from Florida. Her remains will never be found. I cried a long time over that one. When she showed me how they dismembered her after she was dead, of course. Because some of them don't get, they just, anyway. Um, ah, sorry. Um, her body will never be found because the guy who did her, and actually it was a two-person team, but there was one who actually does the unaliving and the other one who does and there's more serial killers in the United States than the government wants anybody knowing. That to me is more scarier than anything that I deal with, um, because that means you're dealing with a psychopath and you're dealing with somebody who is so covert that most people aren't going to see signs or symptoms of that kind of deviancy, as I suppose I should call it. And I think that that's more scarier than dealing with the fucking government and dealing with the crap that I have dealt with. You're looking at experiences that are just. But this two-person team, when they took her out, and they followed her, police have wondered what happened to her. She's gone. When she came to me, she told me that if I ever talked to her parents to tell them one specific thing, besides telling them I love you and I'm okay, um, they wanted me, if I ever came across her parents, they wanted me to give, she wanted me to give them a specific, it's like a code word, I guess, between her and her parents. And it's only something, and she's like, you're the only one that I'm giving it to. And I'm like, whoa. Um, but I've never had to have that conversation with a family. I mean, I've talked to different people, but not to that extent. So, what do you say? Your daughter's on the other side, and I know how she died, and because she showed me in detail, and even what they did to her afterwards. They fed her to the fucking alligators. I how do you? Because that's how they were getting rid of bodies. I'm like, what is it with these people? Like, you've got situations like that, and then you've got old man Capone who was feeding them to the sharks. He wasn't just doing the other things that he was doing. He had got his jollies off of feeding. Oh, he's another one. But anyway, so you get things like that, and it's just like it becomes a lot. As a psychic medium, and you're experiencing things like that, and you're hearing that kind of information, or they're showing it to you, or you get a group anywhere from 4 to 15 people standing around the head of your bed having a nice little conversation, chatting with each other, and and you're trying to sleep and you can hear them all. And it's like, come on, guys, I need to sleep, leave me be for a bit. And I'm like, take the party into the other room where I can't hear you so that I can actually go to sleep. So yeah, it gets really interesting sometimes. So you go from being a psychic medium and at the same time having ET abductions, and at the same time you're Christian, and none of this goes over well in religious circles and communities. and it makes it very difficult. 2210 right now on the numbers. Oh, I got a burp coming up. Hang on. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Okay, I need to scroll down. I haven't been down in the chat in a while. Um, uh, yeah. Oh no, we're not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not doing that. Come on, remove. Thank you. Boo dingle. Message retracted. Oh, yeah. I helped her on cases. Yeah, you did. Um, yeah, you did. Both you and your dad, Drew. That's got to be so hard. Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of it that just becomes. Um, yeah, I do. I really do love it. Drew's saying she enjoys helping others. I really do. If I can, I will. And I haven't charged yet. There are people that have a tendency to want to say thank you in very specific ways. Thank you for the hearts. I don't know who's doing that, but thank you. I appreciate that. I don't charge, and if I can help, I will. Um, and I don't charge for very specific reasons. There were times where, when I was growing up, I really could have used a little guidance or psychic periodically, and I don't believe in charging for removing beings, beings, or paranormal off of a piece of property because uh, I you know, anyway, what I was going to say is I've had folks that have been so appreciative, they've gotten me things. So I created an Amazon page gift list, and if people want to do that, then I send them the link. And if they want to get me something, I don't care what it is. It's, things I love or enjoy. And um, so, stuff like that. But, and it doesn't happen very often. There have been times I've been gifted gemstones and um, linen, um, and artwork and things of that nature, and wall hangings. This is none of them. I can't figure out what I did in my last move to the wall hanging. I one up in my bedroom. I can't find it. I know I've got it. Things happened so quickly in that move that I don't remember what I did with it. So, uh, Sandra, what book are you on about? Oh, um, in answer to your question, Sandra, the book is, and Amy and I just had a conversation about this. I don't talk about the book very often anymore. It is every document that the government has. Oh, 1010 on the numbers right now. 1010. Anyway, so the book is a book that my family, there were 4 of us, that were ordered. We were literally ordered by this woman. I call her the psychic bitch from hell. I booted her out. She was in astral in my home, and I was a teenager at the time. And uh, yeah, she showed up this year while I was in the shower. I was like, "Come on!" And I'm like, "What the fuck do you want?" I called her a cunt. I was just like, "Get the fuck out of my home. What do you want?" So she's on the other side, and she's like, "Oh, I've been on the other side for a long time. I've been watching you." And I'm like, "Yes, I know you've been watching me. What the fuck do you want, bitch?" And so, yeah. But she's the one who made it mandatory. She was doing corporate espionage for her company that she worked for, that happened to be the same company that my mother worked for, who was a secretary. And they used to threaten their employees. And I know that because I've never seen my mother so terrified in her entire life, working for anybody. She was actually really fucking scared of these people. They dealt with the paranormal. Mom didn't know that at the time. And the book came from, well, it came from them, but I don't believe they actually owned it. We were told as a family that the book came from, quote unquote, the collectors, mega, multimillionaire, billionaire type of people who had copies, and that there were 500 copies of this book made. And the book literally contained every single document that government ever had, from the beginning all the way through, the early 1980s, if I remember correctly. I think it was like somewhere 81 to 83 or something like that. And so, and because of a not so chance meeting with a man in black this year, I got to interview him privately after being on a broadcast with him publicly. And he said that it sounded like that book got obtained out of the government, likely then photocopied, via one of the conglomerates that works for, the U.S. government. And that's probably how it was gotten out, was from somebody from a conglomerate. And I mentioned a name that I knew about that was screened with as a child. And he's like, yeah, that would actually make sense. And I'm like, but what about the other aerospace conglomerates and this and that? And he's like, no, that one that you mentioned actually makes more sense, because back in the day, and I went, don't tell me anymore. I was just like, I can't. I mean, I wanted to know, but there are certain things for my safety that it's not safe. So, and I know when to not want information, for safety's sake, because these assholes, they've tried in numerous different ways. And after I mentioned that book, if it was even a real book, and I found out a number of years later from somebody in MUFON, from a friend who was interviewing a former MUFON person and who knew a lot, of information, that it was classified as the legendary Red Book. Well, that's a quote, legendary Red Book. Um, well, uh, the fact that he confirmed there's a legendary book hunkered down in some government vault, deep in some probably multi vaulted situation, with their documents. Yeah, the fact that I even saw this book, the fact that, during my ET abductions slash government abductions as a child through adulthood, where on one specific occasion I had a government asshat, a military officer that I can name. I can name his first, middle, last name, at the time what his rank was, the fact that he retired as a, specific high rank officer not too long ago, last few years, he's retired, where that motherfucker stood in front of my face, yelling and screaming at me, along with but specifically screaming at me because I was the pilot, saying that each one of us were worth $380 million and not to fuck with him and not to fuck with the U.S. government. because they will do things. And there was a lot more said that I don't talk about publicly, but there was a lot of things that I have talked about publicly. And so when you add all of that together, the fact of that I have a photographic memory, the fact that I remember, I mean, people used to test me on my photographic memory. I used to have a neighbor that lived across the street who would ask me what the cost of blah, blah, blah was. And I'd just rattle it off the top of my head because I was literally seeing the grocery store and the grocery store shelves. I never described that to her. And literally seeing the price of the item she was asking me about. That was how my brain worked and operated. Still is in a lot of ways. Although with the targeting that they did with the microwave energy weapons, yeah, it's been a little wonky because you get Havana Savannah syndrome. And I've been very, very freaking thankful that I've been able to fight a lot of that off. Telepathy, yes, telepathy. So Sandra Drew, I encountered them from a different occurrence itself. It's very dangerous when they enter your dreams. There's a way to kick them out. There is a way to kick them out. Hello, Felix. I can sense your psychic power. Yeah, I'm sure you can. I have seen her very mad, and it's not good. Yeah, that's one of those things you don't want to piss me off. Because my 2111 on the numbers right now. I'm very good at controlling my anger, very good at it. But there are times, push comes to shove, there are times where I will get very angry. And now, because of my abilities, I'm very, very careful about what I say because I am an excellent manifester, typically. Unless the other side is like, no, 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 you're not going to do that. And they've literally shoved my own energy back down. And I know that it's an archangel, and I'm not saying which archangel will do that, but there are times where, and for example, a friend of mine committed suicide. He also did something else that was really horrific that I absolutely do not agree with. And I was so pissed at him. 3011 on the numbers now. I was so pissed at him that not only that he committed suicide, but that he did a couple of really horrific things that when he stood over the foot of my bed going, "Hi, Nikki," and I'm like, "Motherfucker, what are you doing on the other side?" And I get told, and I'm like, it triggered an instantaneous reaction in me, and I started going after him. I'm like, I'm going to beat your fucking ass. I am so pissed off at you. I'm going to beat your fucking ass. And I was going after him. And I had an angel come down, and the next thing I know, all I see is the biggest fucking hand coming down over the top of my head. And I saw fingers right here. But they were giant. Like each finger was, they were huge fingers, gigantic hand coming down over the top of my chakra system. And I'm like, that's not, and they're like, you're not supposed to go out. I'm like, his ass is grass. That is not okay what he did. And not only the suicide thing, I was pissed at him for that. But the other thing, that's what I was going after him for. I'm like, you fucked up. You fucked up in a big way, buddy. And then he was trying to make up to me over it. And I'm like, yeah, not happening anytime soon. And so it's taken, and that happened in June. And so, yeah, it's when there's a difference when you're under attack and you're going into higher consciousness state, because you're angry. There's a difference with that and you protecting yourself versus what I had done at that moment in time. It's a no-no. If you're under attack, you pretty much have carte blanche from the other side to protect yourself in whatever way that you want to and can. There are certain certain things, if the person is doing a lot of evil, if they're doing 2111 on the numbers now, interesting numbers tonight. Anyway, there's certain things the other side will absolutely not allow. And if and that's why I found it just incredibly hysterically funny to me that this woman, this government agent, CIA agent, who was in astral constantly in my home, and she was doing other forms of things that should not have been done, things that I will not talk about, things that I do know that she was doing and had done in her past. She's a form of evil that I wouldn't even, I'm like, I don't give two shits what other people thought of her. I know what the hell she was doing. I saw it. The other side forced me to see it. That's not pleasant. And so during that time, I thought it was incredibly funny tonight that here she is dead on the other side, and she's yelling and screaming at me, "Yeah, it's all because of you." No, bitch, it's because of you. Karma, you got your karma. I have no remorse over the fact that she's dead because she was stalking me and doing all this other shit. I'm like, that's on you. I had nothing to do with that. To my knowledge, I had nothing to do with it. No form of nothing. And she's blaming me for her death. And I'm like, screw that. Get the fuck out of here. If you don't leave, I will force you to leave. And if that doesn't work, excuse me, for whatever reason, then 3111. Very interesting numbers tonight. Then I'm calling in the archangels. And you don't want to deal with the archangels because you're pulling shit that you're not supposed to be, even now. Coming and yelling and screaming at me while I'm butt ass naked in the shower washing my hair. Fuck you. I don't need that crap. And you're blaming me for the things that you did. Gee, you sound like a narcissist. That's on you. That doesn't have anything to do with me. So, yeah. She's trying to give me all these code words. 2511. Interesting. She's trying to give me all these code words to say and all different kinds of quotes. And I'm like, bitch, I kid you not. If you do not leave right now, I'm going to take action. You've had your opportunities to say your piece. You're pissed. I get that. Boo fucking who. But you're not going to come after me. You're not going to play this bullshit game. And you're not going to blame me for what you did. Those are natural consequences. That's on you. And funny enough, that's what happens with karma. So karma is another way to say natural consequences. So, people have a hard time with that. Okay, let me scroll down. Thank you, Drew and Amy. Sandra, concept, behave yourself. Yeah. Malik, hey, how are you? Doing all right. When does yeah, okay. It's timed out. Okay, concept. The U.S. government does hide a lot of crazy people, though. You are right. Yes, I do. Karen, I was married. They are scary. Yeah, they can be. Who is Jennifer, by the way? I'm not saying her last name. Now, the interesting thing is that a lot of times I never received last names. It wasn't until, oh God, was it 2020 or 2021? I think it was 2021 that I started receiving certain last names. I'd receive a first name, and then a few minutes later, I'd receive a last name. Then we're back to 2111 again. Then over time, it became where I got the first name and the last name of a person, and that gets Very interesting. And Jennifer, I mean, she stood. I will never forget. I was at the other apartment. I came out of my bedroom through the hall into the kitchen, and she walked right up to me while I was in the hall about to walk into the kitchen. And she goes, "Hello, I'm Jennifer." And I went, "Well, hell, God, she's beautiful. God, she could have been a model." Wouldn't surprise me one iota if she were a model at some point in her time. I think she was somewhere between 19 and 24 when she died, or when she was abducted, I should say, kidnapped. I think she was 23. That's what I think. I don't remember the exact number. It's been a while, but she was real sweet. And as she stood there, and we ended up, I'm at my kitchen sink. I start washing a dish. And then I start taking stuff out of the cabinet, which is off to my left, and she starts telling me her life story. Well, not all of it, but bits and pieces of it. And she told me things that she never wanted her parents to know, um, which I will keep. I will never tell anybody. And I'm assuming her friends knew based on how she told me. Um, she liked to have fun. She was quiet at times, but I really enjoy certain spirits that are like this. They come in, they'll talk. There's some friends of mine who I didn't expect to be talking about all this tonight. I expected to be talking more about the ET stuff tonight, but I guess it's the spirit stuff. Um, sorry, I'm looking up. I got a clock up there. I'm looking up at the time. Um, ooh, hello, the one. I agree with that message wholeheartedly. I'll read that in a moment. Um, but a lot of the spirits that come through, I mean, they'll just tell you their first name. And then they'll start showing you images of their life. And it gets interesting sometimes. Um, but a lot of the crime victim ones, they come through and they start projecting images of their last memories. And that's where I start getting weepy and just going, "Oh my God, that's awful." And then I'm like, why? That's when I start asking the other side and God, why would you even allow this kind of horrific thing? Because, that's part of who I am. I'm a Christian, and I'm like asking God, why are you allowing this? Well, there's certain things that are supposed to take. I'm like, oh, here we go. And that's when I get frustrated. That's when I get really frustrated as a psychic medium, because I know the answer, but yet I get reminded when I ask questions like that, and asking questions like that at this level gets kind of silly at this point. So I don't ask that anymore, but it makes life interesting, that's for sure. But yeah, I get paranormal in here every single day. And then you get the government asshats in here on a daily basis, anywhere from 1 to 5 times a day in a 24-hour period, and then it starts all over again. Lovely fun stuff. Okay, the one. I'm a targeted individual, a medium as well. This stuff is extremely real. We should make psychic mediums an official task force. Oh, they've already got one. Government's already got one. They've got more than one. Spiritual information should not be ignored. Exactly. I agree. Sandra. Yeah, okay, I don't know who Duke is, but thank you for these things. I appreciate it. Drew, the one I have targeted, sleep doesn't get any worse than that. Yeah, I understand. Sandra, who is Jennifer. I'm not saying Jennifer's last name. Um, Thomas Goot, do you get specific information from ghosts you talk to? Yes, I most certainly do. Really do sometimes. Really graphic stuff. Whoops, hello, missed a button. Um, Simon's moment of life. What this was? I don't even know what that is. Push car. What is this live stream about right now? It's about paranormal and psychic medium stuff. I remember that, Jennifer, with Nikki. We've talked about it privately. Yeah, we did. I did a lot of crying over her. A lot of crying. I had a hard time. Okay. Hopefully, Sandra, I've answered more of your question. If Farna, hey, hello. Uh, yeah, okay. Joy, hi, hello. Do you believe in deja vu? Yes, I do, because I've experienced it too many damn times. Nothing is truly safe either. That's a dangerous subject. Yes, it is. Uh, okay. Amy, was the book actually red? No. The color red? No, it wasn't. It was a different color. You've not mentioned the color as far as I remember. Yeah, actually, I did at the very beginning when he originally said it was the legendary red book. Well, the red book is what I found out years ago is the legendary red book is actually a Russian book, a Russian government book of the same nature. But that one went public. Why it went public, I don't know. Don't care. Um, the book that I read was absolutely not the color red. Sandra Heath. Hey, dear. Hello, Nikki and all. Hi. Two weapons. Esther, who are you? I am a psychic medium who is an ET abductee who is a Christian with a plethora of experiences. Drew, I usually wait a few hours before checking on Nikki. Laugh out loud. Yes, you do. Next, yeah, okay. Where's your neck? Oh, I'm not sitting right tonight. Let's see. I remember that story. She was evil. Oh, yes. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about, Drew. Sandra Horn, that's radiation microwave energy levels. Yes, it is. It hurt. Matter of fact, it burned when they did 3112 on the numbers right now. Actually, when they did the do weapons and they started using the microwave energy weapons on me, my skin fried. I had little blisters on my head, which were different than allergy blisters because periodically I'll have an allergic reaction and I'll have tiny histamine blisters. These were big fuckers. These were very big. And I had peeling and blistering, just like I had been out in the sun. The only difference is that I was not out in the sun. This happened. Oh God, 2023, 2 years ago. Also happened. It was 2023. End of 2023 and at the beginning of 2024. They used 4113 on the numbers. So they used microwave energy weapons on me, and my face fried, my neck fried. My heart even hurt. My thyroid, I could feel my thyroid was burning. It was on fire. My face went bright red. I looked like I had a sunburn everywhere. It was my lips even peeled and it took weeks for. Thank God for castor oil. That's the only thing that saved my skin. That's the only thing. Um, okay, crazy Dutch. I don't know, crazy Dutch. He's asking, what's the name of my neighbor's grandfather's dog? I'm not doing on-demand stuff tonight. Um, I will judge, but with skepticism. That's fine. Um, Drew, Nikki often picks my brain and thoughts on certain cases and people that come for. Yep, I do. Be careful with that, though, dear. Hey, do you have a sister? Jose Castillo. See, that's totally unexpected. I wasn't planning on doing any of that. Some female like a sister. Human. Following Jesus is better than filling yourself with demons. I don't fill myself with demons. Sandra, I'm confused. Joy, X-Files was my favorite. Cool. Can you pray for me? Step 023. If I remember to, yes, I will. Sandra, why did he take his own life? Oh, we're into. That's a story I'm not getting into. Finetic, hi. Bustin, hi. Gloria, remember me? Yes, I do, my dear, I do. Zelda, my dad was murdered on Tuesday at 67 years old by a 16-year-old boy. I'm yet to know his motive. I'm so sorry, Zelda. Heartfelt. I'm very sorry for your loss. Um, very heartfelt for your loss. I'm not picking up anything. If he comes to me and he says the name Zelda, I'll be sure to write it down. And I'll make it public because I won't know how to get in contact with you. So, but that's not a guarantee because sometimes they don't ever show up. So, um, human, if we choose sin, there are many consequences, some for others that it affects around us. Yeah, that's true. Sandra Heath, sorry to hear, Zelda, that my mom is 1950. Okay. Sophia, hi, hello. Just make sure to ask God for alignment to Jesus, please. Yeah, I've talked to Jesus, Hugh. I know him quite well, actually. She loves political. She identifies as a liberal. Oh, your mother. Okay, got it. Hello to all coming in. Joy, joy. I've experienced a ton of deja vu. Yeah, same here. Psy clown. Do not. Necromancers. Oh my god, I'm not a necromancer. Although I had 2 full lifetimes as a necromancer. Will never, ever, ever allow that to happen again. That's dire consequences on the soul for a lot of lifetimes afterwards. Do not seek them out, and so make yourselves unclean by them. I am Lord your God. Well, you are not Lord, and you are not God. Andrew and them's checking. I have. Howdy, Amy. Okay, hi, back between those two. Sorry for your loss. Just saw that message. DTMYR. I'm removing that. If that's what I think that's about, no, no. Sander Horn, who is, I do not know. Little kid. 13-year-old little kid. That's what I'm picking up right now. Maybe or 23, but I keep picking up like little kid. Drew, I was just in. Okay, not gonna say that Amy's. Drew, me and Nikki had a 2-hour phone conversation a few days ago about her friend. I asked about it. Yeah, okay, Gloria, I'm so tired. Howdy, Gloria, says Drew. Gloria, so I started to get some water. Water helps. Yep, it does. Whoops. Oh, I'm at the bottom. Okay, whoops, almost. Practice such as divination, sorcery, mediumship, and consulting the dead are explicitly listed as abominations to the Lord in Deuteronomy. Oh, I'm surprised you're not quoting chapter and verse, but I am going to leave that there because, is this a troll? Possibly. The Psy clown? Yeah, possibly. Hugh, I think he's quoting scripture and your beliefs do not align with the Bible. Hope you are safe in the afterlife, yeah. Sandra, that's a cold case you are on about. Yes. The Jennifer one, Sandra, if you're referring to the Jennifer one, yes, it is. Authorities don't believe psychics. And it's just point in fact, 37:13 on the clock right now. It's just point in fact. I mean, even when I talk to an authority figure, I kind of wonder if he only said that he believed, and I do mean somebody in trying to figure out how to word this. In the division of police authority, I've talked to detectives before. Some of them will laugh and think you're absolutely stark raving Looney Tunes. While others will believe that you're part of the problem and you're a suspect. There's only three actually. One I personally know, she's a retired police detective, long retired, and has gone in and has chosen to do some absolutely incredible things after she retired to help the homeless. I am so in awe of what this woman has done after she was a police detective. Anyway, and I commend her tremendously for what she does. Anyway, she and another retired officer, both of them told me that 3113 numbers are interesting. They told me that the only way to get any officer or of that nature or authority to listen is to put the information you receive in a manila envelope and walk it to them. Take it to them in person. And typically they'll look at it and then they will okay, everybody calm down in my chat right now. And Cyclown, that no more. And Alan, yep, that's true, but no more. Not doing this with folks anymore. Oh, did they, Drew? I didn't know that. That's good to know. So no more religious stuff in my chat. I'm done. People are starting to fight, starting to name call. I'm done. We're not doing this anymore. Anyway. So the two retireds told me That would be the only way you could even get the information to them. Otherwise, they're just not gonna take it. And both of them told me it may end up in the garbage can next to their desk. So, one active officer told me he believed, and that was on a crisis situation. Another one was working a cold case, and he's like, "I believe you, but I have to go with the." At least he was honest about it, and all the others were real assholes to me about it. 3313. I had an attorney tell me that even as a psychic, we are required, according to him, to give information. As a psychic medium, you are required, even if you don't know the case, you have the names and you have information. You're required by law, and this is what an attorney told me, to give that information, turn it over to the authorities. Problem is the authorities don't give two shits and they think you're full of shit. So there's an issue. Oki, you're not alone. There are folks who are the same situation. Pippo, what is no such thing? Joy, if you have real information. Yeah, I mean, I get how they have to do things. I totally understand that. But what I was told was essentially they won't even look at it. So, okay, we're not doing political shit. You too. Okay, now we're going back up. And do you have real? Yeah, did you? Yeah, actually, I did. Thank you, Drew. Anyhow, so yeah, that's a lot of the information, I guess, tonight. I'm at 1 hour and 52 minutes and got about 8, maybe 10 minutes left. So if you deal in paranormal, you know what I'm talking about. If you, Joy is asking what was the crime. Well, let's see. On one of them, well, on all of them, it was murder. Yeah, no, I'm not. Actually, I've got lots of people that can prove you wrong. I just got called a fraud. Um, that's interesting. Honey, you got to come up with better words. That's just a freaking joke. People that know me, people that have seen what I have been able to do, they don't call me a fraud. That's fine. That's what you choose to believe. That's your opinion. Um, where's my neck at? I've got a neck. Um, yeah, I'm done with this. Thank you. Done with shit like that. So Drew says some cases, if there are too personal or too dangerous on finding out who the people are, you can be shut down by the other side. Yeah, that's very true. Um, your powers are only activated when the card clears. Oh, I appreciate that. That's funny. Jesse B. That's Mr. Medic. That's actually pretty funny. Mathematics, get ready for a mathematics. Shame on you. I'm gonna leave that one though. Said hi. Hello. Ryan, did you? Oh, there's no need for putting that in there. Anyway, it has been an interesting night, and we're still at 3113 on the numbers. Anyhow, so tonight was supposed to be about ET abductions and talking about the different things that we can. Tonight was supposed to be about ET abductions and talking about the things that we can do um, to help ourselves and to get through them, because it is a process. It's a hell of a mental process in dealing with all of it. It can, for some people, it can be extremely traumatic, while for others, they go through a really phenomenal, fantastic experience. Um, and some others experience absolute mind bending, but not traumatic to them. Another subject. Okay, my lips are bugging the crap out of me tonight. Just a second, guys. It's driving me nuts. Whoopsie doodle. There we go. Hang on. Yeah, pull the big guns out. Is it not evidence because it's not specific enough? Hope we can get back to the ET subject another time. Yeah, I talk about the ET subject all the time. It drives people nuts. Sometimes it goes sideways and off topic, Nikki. Yes, it does, Drew. So regarding the ET things, you got to find things that are, in order to get through it, find things that create little moments of joy, whether that is washing your hands with a specific scent that brings enlightenment or brings, yes, Christian, yes, Christian. Oh my God, you're here. Ah, Christian Hag is asking, quick question, do you have any souvenirs from Abductions? No, I wish I'd. My souvenirs from Abductions are the implanted devices. They are things that piss me off, like this stupid little mark, tiny little square patch where they were doing a test of my genetics with I don't have my tape measure near me where I can access it easily. It was it's well, if I do that, that's going to cause problems. All right, let's see. Squeaky, squeaky. You're going to hear lots of squeak. Let's see if I can actually reach this. Ouch, 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 ouch. Okay, that hurt. Okay, so how many millimeters is this? Millimeters, centimeters. Well, it's 5 by 5. It's a little itty bitty patch on my skin that is squared. And little bastards took a skin sample off of me. So now I've got a permanent square patch on me. Took pictures of that when they first did it. God, I was pissed off over that. The what I call the ET triangle tramp stamps. Because that's what it reminds me of, a tramp stamp. Okay. So I end up with all kinds of photographic evidence, things of that nature. I've had medical evidence. I keep saying in the last, I don't know, 2, 3 months, publicly stating, 3713 right now, publicly stating that I honestly believe that for an abduction, an ET abduction, I honestly believe they need to show up right behind me on screen during a live broadcast. Quite honestly, there's no way in hell I could even begin to fake that. I don't have that kind of funding, that money. I don't have anything behind me to create something like that. And I don't know shit about AI to do anything of that nature. But it fascinates me because I wonder what would happen globally with a piece of information like that goes live. I kind of wonder, would YouTube shut it down instantly? And if they did, if an ET, now listen to this thought for a moment. If an ET or a set of ETs showed up behind a person during a live broadcast, Sir AI is asking photographic evidence of what? Your feet? No, not of my feet. Photographic evidence of ET abductions. 1313, 3313, excuse me. What would the media frenzy be like? What, if anything, would they be able, would anybody be able to do anything? You're watching on a device or on a TV, and you'd have to get another device to record it onto a phone, a cell phone, just to have the evidence. I mean, oh yeah, they would. Look at what happened with the Las Vegas incident. Oh yes, they would. Look at what happened with the incident at that mall. Those were ETs. Those were real ETs. Um, those situations were extremely real. Those are as real as you get on U.S. soil. Uh, yeah, the grammar. Yeah, Amy, some of the grammar from folks just cracks me up. The Nurturo incident. Yeah, I don't remember what they're called. Um, yeah, laugh out loud. The ETs, the live stream. Yeah, I mean, think about it. What would, 4014 right now. What would happen if there is a situation where you've got somebody live streaming and they are a known ET abductee and they show up during the live stream for whatever reason, whatever choices that group of ET is making? Think about this. Think about the evidence of that. It's really interesting. Um, ETs love the live stream. Thanks, autocorrect. Yeah. Um, yeah. So, uh, I was that guy who asked. I was that guy who asked your 20s photo. You remember Gamaturu. I vaguely remember that. Was that last week or the week before last? Um, yeah, Christian, I have a tendency to believe that more than I do anything. Christian is saying, I think an ET would crash the stream before doing it on a live. I agree. But what if they didn't? That's my thought. What if they didn't? Think about that. Think about any known ET abductee. They're doing a live stream, no matter what kind of live stream, whether it's in a studio or a bedroom or a room. or they're out on a site and an ET shows up. Think about that. That would be quite the little incident, wouldn't it? You'd have all sorts of government hitting that spot so frickin' fast. You'd have media, you'd have people taking out other devices to record, video record, so that it could be viewed for posterity's sake and held on to posterity. I can't use the word again. Yeah, because government would try to shut that one down like nothing else, and yet you got people doing video of it. Oh, that could get real interesting real fast. I find that fascinating. I find it a fascinating thought. I mean, seriously, think about it. I want to believe the X-Files is my game. Hello from the UK. Hey, Jamesh, how you doing? The I Empire Takeover. Have you watched both of? I don't even know what that is. Sandra Horn, Alice Hunt, and Alistair Cook. Jojo, I watch so much space crap, it's scary. Yeah, I understand that. Damla, hello. Hello. Good point, Nikki. In Canada. Okay. Jojo's in Canada. Ott is saying, hey, you look hot. Can we meet? Sorry, hon. Funkasaurus. Hi there. You were mentioned on Dev Hour, and I wanted to show my support. I was mentioned on Dev Hour? Really? Do tell. That's the first I've heard of it. Please tell me more. 3614 on the numbers right now. Jojo, I'm Canadian. X-Files rocked. Cool. Yeah, I agree. There was a lot of slow drip from the government in that. Christian, I feel like half the people I meet are actually ETs. People are odd. Yeah, look, there's a lot of ETs that look human and can completely pass for human. Oh, you're getting a leg now. Okay. I understand that. I had a weird thing take place earlier, so I totally get that. Oh, I should check my, hang on one second, guys. Okay, I'm good. Sandra, I'm not daft, I'm not silly, and I bet Alistair played. Ew! Sandra Horn. Oh my. That's a flex. Okay. The Ghost. Hi, Nikki. Hello. How you doing, Ghost? Avery. Nice. And yeah, well, that comes with the territory, unfortunately. So does a bunch of things. What, E.T. like phone home? Robert. Oh my God. Oh, hey. There might be a message for you. Oh, man. I'll have to go back through my notes, my journal notes. I recognize your name and I don't know why. I'm sure people are wild these days. Yeah. Avery Robert, you can say it from New Orleans. Thibodeau. Thibodeau? Did I say that right? What the hell is going on with that spot right there? I don't know what the lighting on it's weird. I got it. Thibodeau. I got it right. I like it when I get names right. That sounds so silly. No, absolutely fucking not. Moss Rose. Totally disagree. Bye-bye. Um, you can say things, but we're not doing, um, we're not doing that kinda stuff. I got your last yeah, Christian, you got my last name right too, most don't. Yeah, okay, here's the thing, I remember 104 past lives. I remember things that absolutely shock me, and because of that, I would never understood growing up why I had such a thing about linguistics, a lot of things about linguistics, and made made for interesting times because I recognized French or Italian or Russian or Arabic or different versions of Chinese, like Mandarin and I can't think of the other ones. Um, Japanese, I would recognize the languages. Couldn't speak it in this lifetime, but I could recognize it, and it drove people nuts around me. Um, okay, before anybody deletes this, I want to read this out loud. Biblical testimonies, aliens are demons. There is a reoccurring theme in history of quote higher beings end quote giving man knowledge. Book of Enoch says they give us tech without wisdom so that we destroy ourselves and sin more. Well, biblical testimonies, that is an interesting thing to say. I don't know if I'm going to go into much more of that, but that's an interesting take. Andrew, Ron Moorhead talked about linguistics. Yeah. Uh, it's also one of the reasons why, because of past lifetimes, it's one of the reasons why I knew I was a necromancer. I knew what I did. It was evil. And it was one of the very first lifetimes coming in as a human, coming in as a soul, as a human. And it cost my soul a lot. Um, and I basically went to, yeah, I am too now. I went through a great deal of horrific retraining, shall we say, as a soul after the second lifetime. I don't remember what triggered me to stop, but I know the cost, and it cost numerous lifetimes after that before. Um, and it was bad. I mean, just really awful things, really awful things. Um, biblical testimonies. Hermes from Greek mythology, for example, the Japanese say a god taught how to make the katana. Every culture had a similar story. Yeah. Christian, whether people believe you or not, no one can say this ain't fascinating. See, I live a basic, bare bones life right now. I have really since 2021 because of my back and how my body is reacting and behaving. And I was extremely active mom, um, raised a kid, was the mom of I was the second mom to six other kids that came to me. We all had, us parents all had an agreement that, God dang it, I got something on my nose. Sorry. Um, all of us parents made agreements that if, we were going to be part, good morning from Brighton. Hello. Eki Davis. Hello. Um, yeah, it just, we all had an agreement that if one of the kids came to us, that we would be willing to talk and listen and help the kid and um, encourage the kid to go and talk to the parent if it was something serious. And my house was very much that way. We had a lot of kids coming and going from the house because there was there were a few houses on our block that were neighborhood kid houses, and they were safe houses. You could play there, you could be safe. They were okay. And us moms, we really watched out for the kids. I mean, you just you had some moms that were home, and you know, um, so I did that. I was an extremely active, busy mom. And I was extremely active mom of a teenager, and I had a back injury in 2008, and that fucked everything up. And during all of this time, I was an ET abductee. I was still a psychic and a medium, only I didn't really think of myself that way, but things were getting more and more powerful and more strong in my abilities and different things that I could do. Um, New abilities were popping up, such as, and this is a form of higher consciousness level, and such as a time. I gotta write that down. Sorry, I'm being reminded to write this down. Um, so I forgot what I was saying. Oh, such as the time. God, my skin is dry again. I don't have anything to put on it at this second. Uh, Such as unexpected times where you have situations where you're busy and doing something and not thinking of a friend at that given moment in time, and all of a sudden you start seeing, psychically seeing, and are connected to your friend in every way possible, and seeing what they're doing. I had one girlfriend who was really close into a head-on car accident. Would not have been her fault. Have you ever tried shrooms? No, I have not. Hi, Aria. Aria? Aria. Um, so yeah. Um, or two male friends where they're having sex with their wives, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I don't want to see that. No, that's more information than I ever wanted to know. What the hell? And I get a phone call from one of them going, what the hell was that, Nikki? And I'm like, I don't know. It was so intrusive. I'm so sorry. I so you have different things like that that are unexpected and start showing you your new abilities, because as you age, when you have abilities, your abilities grow and change with you. So, like for example, when I was working on remodeling, repainting the basement of the house that I owned back in the day. Hello, Jeffrey. Uh, okay, I haven't read the biblical stuff yet. I want to go back through that. But anyway, before it gets removed. So I do want to read that. Um, but so you have situations like that that are extremely embarrassing. Things that you don't ever want to see with your dear friend that you consider a family member. It no, it's a little too personal. Thank you very freaking much. So, 2414 on the numbers. So yeah, it got really interesting at times, and Then the other one called me and said, "Were you at my house?" And I'm like, "Honey, yeah, I was. I'm sorry. I was out in the hall." How the? And I'm like, "Never mind. You don't want to know what I saw." Because one was extremely religious and the other one was very not religious. Well, I can't say what I want to say because it would give away what he was. Anyway, so yeah, as you age, for example, I can still touch things, and it doesn't happen very often like it used to. But I like when I had that house and I was doing the remodeling and the repainting of every corner of the basement, finished basement living room. Well, an entire finished basement. And I go to remove a panel that held a door up. It was a hinge, and the last screw came out, and it fell off in my hand. And when it fell off into my hand, I was about to pull it off, and it just fell off into my hand. And basically, the second it touched my hand, and it was brass. It was made of brass, and I literally saw my grandfather when he was constructing the basement, when he was building, making it a finished basement. And I had never seen pictures, never seen any pictures of any of that. And it was like I was right there with him. It was quite the eye opener as to what I got to see my grandfather do in that basement. And it was from that time. It was from the early 1970s because he was wearing very specific things. He looked that age. I've got pictures of my grandfather from when he was that age, and it's directly from that time era, and it knocked me off. I mean, I was just like, holy crap. And it was a complete download, but I had here I am holding this piece of metal. And then you go from that to me going to reach for a door, a glass door. You know, you got the bar across the glass door. You go to push it open because you're in a public space. And somebody had just been through, and you get a vision of a part of that person's life. I'm real careful now when I do that. And a lot of times, or a building like brick, old brick, or like reused brick that has been put into a new building, but it's old brick because they're recycling the brick. Excuse me. And you go to touch the brick, and you are just like taken right back to whatever time frame that building was constructed, or that brick specifically um, was was made, and you start having psychic flashbacks of different situations. Um, so touch, another prime example of that is when I think, let's see, um, we had we had we had the 1976 as if it was 1776. Then we had drove from Seattle to New York. Oh God, I think that was in 1978. So I would have been 10 years old. And I touched the Liberty Bell. Um, I I got into big trouble for touching the Liberty Bell, but I put my hand on it, and I saw everything what it was like around me at the time the Liberty Bell was put there in that original spot. And of course it's been moved since then, but um I saw the courtyard, the people that looked like they were in period costumes, but it was from that time period. it was a mind bender, and I didn't understand it at 10 years old. So yeah, you go through that to where like now, I get drawn to things now. So that ability has shifted and changed the touch. Sometimes if I like go to somebody's asked me to hand them a purse or hand them a bag or something, I'll get a brief image of certain things. And yeah, that's just part of it's not just part of the aging process, but it's also part of psychic abilities. As you age, your abilities shift, ebb, and flow with you. Real important. So, did ancient human Robert did ancient humans not find a way to another planet and are returning and guiding us as aliens now? It just sounds more simple in my head. We are also aliens to them. Yeah, we are aliens to them, but yet we're also not. Depends on which race species of ET you're dealing with. Um, yeah, they did find another way to damn it, different planets. Sorry, I keep touching this and it does this weird thing. Have you ever tried? That's cool. Jeffrey, hello. Um, get where you're coming from because I used to think the same thing. You would probably find the Book of Enoch. Yeah, I would recommend reading the Book of Enoch. Drew. Uh, the part I found intriguing was when the guy readings from the windows being open in the one scene. Yeah, Robert. For me, it's hard to believe anything, so I don't read any books and just let Jesus guide me. It may seem weird, but I feel more free and awake about everything. Look, honestly, that is, I was curious as a kid, as a teenager, as a young adult, as an adult, and as now, what I am now at this age. Um, yeah, you kind of learn to go with the flow when you've got abilities, and sometimes that's not so easy. And at the same time, at the same time, it gets really difficult, but yet you look at it and you're like, you kind of have to go with the flow. You kind of gotta go with what you're drawn to. Um, and you got to be careful with what you're drawn to because sometimes it's not always so healthy. So you got to look at different things in that way. Um, so I understand where you're coming from, Robert. Uh, Miha Bona. Different language, not even sure what that is or what it means. Yes, Drew, yes, it can be very emotional roller coaster and ups and downs. She is right. Yeah, I mean, the grand scheme of things, when you're dealing with abilities, you become more aware. When the rubber meets the road, you literally become more aware. You become more aware of your surroundings, of what energy is around you. You can actually smell other people's energy um, if you pay attention. Um, and eventually that can lead into, if you are consistent with 2114 on the numbers, if you are um, dealing with all of that, Sorry. If you're dealing with all of that, then you become more aware, you start paying attention, you start looking around. And when you have a higher sense of smell, one of the other things is that if you have issues, and this is not medical advice, do your own research. Look into what zinc does regarding the sense of smell and taste. If I had known and had realized, it smells like the individual, Jesse. Jesse B is asking, what's it smell like? It smells like the person or what they're constantly around if it's somebody in astral. So, like, that's why I called the CIA woman who was in astral in my home on a regular basis. I used to call her um, uh, Lady Cat Litter because she constantly didn't matter what I could psychically see of her dress. She used to dress she was a fashionista. Fashionista. Good grief, Nikki. Um, and she wore some really high end clothing most of the time. And yet her energy, she literally reeked of cat litter dust. Christian, I'm off to bed. I had a great time, like always. Good night, Nikki. Good night, Christian. I'm glad you came by. I'm glad to see you in chat. Thank you. Uh, Crispinator90 says, on fucking mushrooms, this woman. Yeah, no, that one goes away. I'm not. So, anyhow, Gregory Patton. Hello, darling. How are you? Well, Gregory, I'm okay right now, which is probably a good thing. I got some research to do because somebody mentioned something, so Um, but anyhow, how are you doing? Uh, you're from Romania. Well, hello, Romania. Um, anyway, so yeah, you have to pay attention. Jesse B, a lot of trolls tonight. Screw 'em. Oh, honey, this is nothing in comparison to what it was last week. Wow, last week was bad. Whoa, that was hard. Um, Robert says, don't let the trolls bother you. Most are just bots. Yeah, some are bots. Very true. Anyway, but when you're dealing with paranormal at the same time that you're dealing with ET abductions, you really want to deal with journaling everything down. And I'm not joking when I say that. I'm at the end of this notebook, and you just write notes, lots of notes, and I'm at the very end. So, um, this will probably in the next 2-3 days will be gone, and I'll be on to another one. And this one I went through really freaking fast. So that tells you how much information is coming in quickly. Um, and that's not even half of my notes for the last month and a half or whatever it's been. Gregory Patton. Trolls can build your audience also. Yes, they can. I've noticed that. Always keep a dream journal or note anything you receive, then you start to go over it and over. It'll make sense. Very true. That's, excuse me. Now, yeah. Hi, cute chubby gal. Nah, it's fine. I'm morbidly obese. Hey, honey, how you doing? Nothing new here. Um, Sorry, what's happening here? Says Matt. Well, let's see. Tonight has been a conversation of psychic medium. information. It's been ET abduction information, targeted individual conversation. There's the subject matters. What's your channel about? Just said what my channel is about. ET abductions, psychic medium. But I have a pretty face. Thank you, Gregory. I was going to make a comment, but I think I'm not going to say that. Anyway, Miguel, smash. Yeah, hit that subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up. That'll help the algorithms. Thank you very much. Anyway, yeah, when you're a psychic medium and you're an ET abductee, it makes things a little bit more difficult. Simon says, "Hi, sexy." Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, the targeting is very true. Me and Nikki have been through the ringer. That is not even the beginning. Yeah, he's right. There's a number of us that are good friends that we've all been targeted for one reason or another, and it's ridiculous. Nalia, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Do you believe in aliens? Yes, I do. I've seen them. And I'm talking extraterrestrial aliens. If I was an ET. Thank you, Miguel. Love to go to a seance. Honey, I haven't been in a seance form since I was in, I think, junior high. Thank you for the hearts. Yeah, we're coming into folks getting off of the not targeting. What the hell is it called? Gaming platforms. I can't think of gamers. We're getting into the gamers. K-pop fan. You look like from Stray Kids. Really? What happened on the island? Says Matt. What's on the island stays on the island. Does it really, though? No, not really. Miguel, where can I hear your ET abductee story? Go to my channel, hit subscribe, and you will find a plethora of videos on my abduction experiences. Many of them, not all of them. I'm still reserving some periodically, but I'm also remembering a bit more. Yeah. That name's not allowed in my chat, dear boy. Thank you. I'm going to remove that one, but we'll leave the other one. Miguel, you've been abducted multiple times. Honey, I am a lifer. Yeah, I know. It's okay, Matt. I'm a lifer. I've been abducted. My first memory is at 4 years old. I'm 57 now. And because of, hello, Joshua. And because of that, I've been consistently told by Hello VP Records, nice song too. I've been consistently told by psychics who don't know each other, they're strangers, and by psychics who do know each other, that I've been abducted while my mom was pregnant with me. And that is a mind bender to me. It kind of scares me. NH, you remind me of a girl I worked at a grocery store with. Psychics prey on gullible people. Some can, I don't. Oh my god, VP Records. Oh my god, you don't look 57. Yeah, if I go back to dyeing my hair blonde, I can get away with truly looking like I'm in my mid to late 30s. It's just how my genetics, part of it's genetics, but the other part of it is I take very good care of my organs, and that is the biggest thing for healthy skin. Hello, Rebecca. Gregory Patton, there are lots of psychics who work for the FBI trying to solve cases. Yeah. Barclay, Christ is King. Joshua, thoughts on aliens as religious figures or angels or demons? Some have thought so. Yeah, and that's not true though, Joshua. Next time you get abducted, come pick me up, baby. Laugh out loud. Yeah, no shit. I have a number of people that feel that way. They're like, hey, you get abducted, come get me. It depends on who I'm being taken by, dear. They're good at figuring out who a good mark might be. Yeah, that can happen. If you get somebody who has no, oh God, I lost the word, integrity whatsoever, yeah, you get people pulling that shit. Yeah. Any thoughts on aliens being angels and or demons? Okay, Joshua. Demons and angels are a completely different race of being than extraterrestrials. Completely, totally different. And a lot of people have a hard time with that because a lot of people who are so deeply religious, they believe that extraterrestrials are demons and that they are fallen angels. And that's not true. And as somebody who has worked and dealt with all of them, at some point or fashion, and in a couple of cases because I had to, it's a big deal. They're not the same at all. One is a physical being 24/7 who has abilities like crazy, and the other are living, breathing entity beings on the ethereal side of life. They can be physical, but it takes a great deal of energy for them, and it screws up their energy usually. Well, not with angels, but and some demons are very much like that. So anyway, is it a bad experience or a cool experience, Miguel? Some are cool, some are very bad. So there's your answer to that. You're very lucky. Good to know. Talked to her on the phone or messenger to where she was either just taken right before the conversation started. Yep. Matt 2002, excuse me, Matt 2002, you do look gorgeous, and how do you take care of your organs, please? Hey, Rebecca, I'm good. Where are you from? Seattle, Washington, United States. Gregory Patton, lots of psychics. Okay, did that. Joshua Taft, sound fun to me. I was just curious, your thoughts interest me. That's why I ask you. Thank you. You are Hobbit woman? Anna S. You are Hobbit woman. What do you mean, Hobbit woman? Short? Yeah, I'm short. Okay. Now, I want to go back to this. How do you take care of your organs? Okay, Matt is asking, how do you take care of your organs? Well, Back in the day when my guides and my father were on the other side, back in the 1990s and early 2000s, I started when I was in my 30s. I started taking flaxseed oil and lecithin and omega-3 fatty acids, or omega-3 oils, I should say, certain fish oils, garlic, ginger. There were a lot of different things that I did um, that really helped. CoQ10, vitamin C, the right kind of vitamin C, B vitamins for the brain. Um, there were a lot of things, and this is not medical in nature. This is all what I did. These are my personal experiences. Um, Joshua says, I've heard garlic and honey are great, but I'm no expert. Yeah, they really can be. You can make some really good, add some, it's a certain kind of cayenne pepper. Excuse me, you can actually make a really good natural antiviral, my opinion, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial with honey and raw honey, organic raw honey. Know your local know your local sources of honey. Used to add propolis to that and add garlic and excuse me, and ginger and cayenne pepper and God, just a bunch of different things. And you're making a fire cider is basically what you're doing. It's what it's called, this fire cider. And there were so many different things that I used to use, and you take just a tiny bit of it every day, and it helped boost the immune system. That was the other thing, is that when you boost your immune system, what I have personally experienced is that it makes a major difference. Your colds, flus, illnesses are a lot more different. I mean, it's just, um, you know, these are just personal experiences. It's what I found, and that's how I did. Avery Spencer, that was very nice. Thank you. Your voice is so sweet. Thank you for that. That means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I've been told my voice can put people to sleep because I get them relaxed. Um, I used to have people watch my broadcasts specifically so that they could sleep. Didn't matter the subject I was talking about. I was like, oh, that's a little on the dangerous side to do that. So that's like implanting suggestions. That's not such a good thing. So during sleep, but that's how I used to ace some of my high school tests. I used to take an old tape player and a cassette, and you'd put the cassette in, hit the cap and close it, and hit record, and record your information of all of your notes. And I used to sleep with it to get through tests because I knew the information would get into my head if I slept with it. And yeah, I'd study, but there were just times where I needed that extra little boost. And yeah, I'd start getting A's and B's on those tests instead of B's and C's. So yeah, VP records, not just voice, smile too. You're lucky. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Um, that's funny. Um, Joshua, my dad's a Vermont beekeeper as a hobby. That's awesome. Good for him, because that means that he's helping to save the bees. If we lose the bees on this planet, this planet is seriously effed. Hardcore. Honey spoils. Oh, never. Yeah, honey never spoils. Amazing. Yeah, it really is amazing stuff. Drew, I just started taking chia seeds and they are loaded with nutrition. Takes about 6 to 12 weeks before it starts working. Yeah, you're right. I used to add anywhere from a teaspoon to a tablespoon of chia seeds, and you got to get used to the texture of that because it becomes gelatinous if you don't mix it with things right. So, 2717. Interesting numbers tonight again. Anyway, and Amy is asking Anna, did you mean to ask Nikki her hobbies? Oh, that's an interesting. I must have missed something. Hobbit. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's see. I've driven by Nikki to areas. Some areas are just nasty with dark beans. Yes, they are. That's why you protect your home. And I think that we are at close to the end. Yeah. Should Taft. And it has been shown back in history as well. And yes, sweet voice, I'm relaxing. Oh, good. I'm glad you're relaxing. Smiles. Okay. Let's see. Avery Spencer, you're amazing. Thank you. EP Records. So, ma'am, do you work or are you free? What are your hobbies? Oh, God, I've got a lot of hobbies. I'm a retired everything. Retired advocate, retired floral designer, retired photographer, retired seamstress. I've done a lot. Retired typist. Typist. What else? Retired major multitasker. Hobbies. Things I love camping, I love fishing. I haven't done those in a long time. Haven't done the camping in a long time because of my back. Thought I would really love RVs. That's not a thing for me because my back cannot handle going in and out of the RV. Sucks. Because the stairs are too tall and I'm short. Works for everybody else who's 3 inches taller than I am, but not for me. So photography became a hobby after it was professional. Crafter, jewelry maker periodically. Do a lot of hand sewing, a lot of crocheting. I used to. I haven't done that in a couple of years. Had to put a lot of my stuff away. I miss doing a lot of different things. I miss doing my art, I think is probably the biggest one. I really miss creating with my hands. So there's your stuff. Avery, and so calm. I like that. Nice, thank you. Drew, yes, I used to fall asleep during Nikki's live streams. Laugh out loud, not intentionally. Yeah, it's because I got you so relaxed, dear. Yellow, madam, what's for dinner? Sober Sunday, what's for dinner? I don't know. Had a bit of stomach trouble last night, so had Jello. I don't know, and I don't eat Jello very often. It's very, very rare. So I don't know what's going to be for dinner tonight. I might just do like a chicken noodle soup or something because I'm feeling okay, but I'm not quite okay. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Joshua, yep, no bees equals no pollination. Yep. Excuse me. Wood works. I can't even pronounce the last part of it. Hi from Kochi. Where's Kochi? Drew, yes. The lady I talked to at the store says you can even take the chia seeds and add milk to it and make chia pudding. Yeah, I used to. Although people talk about using oats um, and making like an oatmeal pudding. I'm like, no, 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 no. I used to know people that would mix it with either rice milk or, because of lesser carbs, rice milk or almond milk. Add a couple of tablespoons of heavy whipping cream to it because that adds the fat that's needed. Add a tablespoon or two of dark cocoa powder, add your alternative sweetener, and they would create a chocolate pudding out of that. Now, if you whip it and blend it with a stick blender, you will get some pretty good, pretty tasty chocolate pudding out of it. But what I learned is it's got to be whipped. There's something about it because it creates like a mousse texture. Um, so, Drew, almost 4 a.m. Time flew by. Oh my God, Drew, you got to go to sleep, dear. Go to bed. Go to bed. She's a jack of all trades. Yeah, I really have been. I was raised a jack of all trades. It was a Jacqueline of all trades, I suppose is how you would call that. I grew up in a family that ran a family business, a family plumbing business in Seattle. Very well known family plumbing business in Seattle, and uh, dealing with construction and electricity and oh God, all sorts of plumbing industry. So as a child, I used to meet. My grandfather knew the Mohans back in the day. Um, uh, oh God, there was a family in fuck balls, I can't think of it. Pennsylvania. Couldn't think of the state. Um, and had offered my mom a job. Um, and if she had taken that job, I would have been on the East Coast. But I grew up, born and raised in Washington State, and so yeah, I was a Jacqueline of all trades. As a very small child, I was working in my grandfather's plumbing shop in the actual main office with my mom. Plumbers would be coming and going, clients would be coming and going. I knew all the businesses in the building because um, it, you know, elementary school was my playground. Um, Back end of an elementary school was my playground because my grandfather's shop, that's where his shop was butted up against, was a school, Seattle school. So, um, I used to walk 2 blocks from there at 6 years old over to the bowling alley. They knew me at the bowling alley. Mom would say, where are you going this time? I was 6 years old. I was walking to school by myself. I mean, that's just what you did in the 70s. Um, and she'd call over to one of waitress, couldn't think of what the hell they were called. I was gonna say a specific name, but I couldn't think of. Anyway, so she called over to one of the waitresses and said, "Hey, Nikki's coming on over. She just wants to walk around, and I need her out of the office." So, um, you know, they have a Coke on the table for me, and you're here. Your mom called, and I was like, so mom, when mom would come and get me, um, 'cause I'd walk all over that building. I mean, I wouldn't be in the back area of it. Now there's, I cried. Oh my God, I love that building, and the ladies were so nice to me. Um, and so somewhere in the 1970s, we had a huge, horrific snowstorm, and the roof collapsed. Dang, the hair driving me nuts. The roof collapsed, and thankfully it was during a time when nobody was around and nobody got hurt and all of that. And about 4 or 5 years after that, they put up a very large apartment building that is there to this day. And I will always remember walking past the the veterinary hospital, and walking up around the corner, and there was this one-story, very, very large um, bowling alley building and parking lot, and I used to just walk in as a 6-year-old and, "Hey, Nikki, how you doing?" And I'd go and I'd sit in one of the little bowling alley chairs and have my Coke or my hamburger, and mom would come in and get me and pay for it. You know, it I just lived an ordinary life, but it was anything but ordinary, to say the least. I didn't have, because of being 7 years old, during a time when ETs brought me back, um, and I had to me, it was a terrifying experience. Um, it changed everything for me in a major way. I stopped seeing them coming and going. I stopped seeing spirits, actual spirits, full-fledged, full form, because I got too frightened of the ET. It literally changed my psychic abilities. And how do you get through that as a child? You don't. You move forward, you move on, and you don't talk about it. Um, yeah. Joshua is saying, I was hurt in a motorcycle crash years back, and I understand how hard having to not do things can be like camping. Yeah. Do you do magic? No. There's reasons why I don't do magic. Um, Very specific reasons. I will not do magic. Um, Damien, you didn't have to. You decided to. Yeah, I cut myself off of the abilities because I was too frightened as a 7-year-old child. So yeah, that's essentially it in a nutshell. Vinegar as a laundry softener. Yes, it can. It can also be used as a whitener in laundry. Drew. BP Records. Wow, it seems like your journey has been quite challenging, interesting, and awesome. Yeah, I do have to say, I agree with that statement. Very much so. Twerk for Admiral Kirk. Twerk for us, baby. I'm not making a comment publicly on that one, dear. What the hell is that? It's driving me nuts. It's not a hair. I don't know what the hell that is. Anyway, driving me batty. Al Koshi is down South India. Oh, I did not know that. Thank you. Uh, you lived alone? It's been years since I've lived alone. Dino sauce. Okay. Bar guest. Hey, sweetheart. Any intel on the 3-eye atlas? I remember you. I remember you from last week. How you doing, hon? Any intel on the 3-eye atlas changing course towards Earth? No, I haven't looked into it. I'm not going to make any promises, but I will look into it. I love River Rat. I love watching your live streams. Hey, River Rat, it's good to see you here. It's been a few weeks. I think you were here last week and the week before last, if I remember correctly. Whoops! Woo! I hit a button. Ooh, 1919 on the buttons. Oh my god, I hit another 3-hour. Damn, I was gonna go an hour ago. Alpha and Omega. Jesus loves you. Yes, and loves you too. Okay. Pinshaw? Hi. You're saying hi. I'm saying hi back. Dear Nikki's mom, can I gladly pay you next Tuesday for a burger today? That's essentially what it was like. Where am I from? Seattle, Washington, United States. Your disabled life is hard for disabled people. Yeah, it can be. Walk with a cane. I just had to replace the footing on the bottom because the bottom broke through because I'd been using it so much in the last 4 months. 4 months, yeah. So, what's my favorite food? It's an Oriental soup. I can't think of the name of it. It's not pad thai. It's that's noodles, Nikki. My very favorite soup. Pho. There we go. Pho. 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 That's my favorite. But I'm real specific on what goes into it. Because I've got so many food allergies. And because I've got so many food allergies, yeah, I agree. Pho is the goat. It really is. Hello, Black Audi. Michael. Pho is the goat. Yep. Pho soup. Yeah, I love that stuff, man. You add just the right things to it, the flavoring, and there is a place there's a restaurant. I don't know if it's still there. I haven't. It's been a long time. I had a girlfriend take me there, and it had the best I have ever had in my entire life, and that is saying something. It was in the Ballard area, by the Ballard Hospital. Beautiful little restaurant, and oh my god, it really was the best soup I'd ever had. I was just like, wow. I don't remember. I'll have to see if it's still there. But anyway, yeah. And now when I make it, I don't make it like everybody else does. I do different alternative versions of it. But if I make it the original, and I haven't done that in a lot of years, but if I make it the original way, it gets really tasty. I used to be known for my cakes, making really wonderful. So I used to do a lot of things. I used to be a baker. Kind of retired from that. I used to make anywhere from 7 to 9 birthday cakes in the month of January alone. I haven't done that in years. Years. What's the best food I can cook? Oh dear God, I don't know. You'd have to ask my family for that one. It used to be, I used to be really well known within the church community all years ago in the 1990s. I used to make, I used to change up recipes all the time. So, like, I'd use a Betty Crocker recipe, or I'd use a Joy of Cooking cookbook recipe, or even Mrs. Fields' cookie book. I would change up recipes, and I would take somebody else's recipes, and I would change up the recipe to create it, to make it my own. So, like when our family went camping, I would make, we're on a different subject now, really different subject than any of the paranormal, but I used to make these blueberry muffins. Well, I wanted them to be protein muffins because you needed the extra protein, not just always carbs. When you're out camping, you wanted something with high protein that can sustain you. And so I used to make up a batch of 16 to 18 large muffins, and we're talking muffins that are like this big around by about that high. And you could cut them into quarters and whatever, but used to get this great big Tupperware container and fill it with them and take that, and that would last us for days. Great snack or breakfast or whatever you needed it for. And so it was a container of it was a box thing. I can't think of the name of I can't think of the brand, the American brand. It's hard to come by now. And it would have cans of blueberries in it, and I hate cans of blueberry. But this, when you did it right, and you did my recipe, because you had to add more different things to make it work because you're adding protein powder to it. And so it changed up their box recipe, and I turned it into mine, and that's what we would take camping or hiking or fishing or, oh God, we used to do everything. So, I mean, my parents, they had me out camping when I was 3 months old. I was born at the end of February. March, April, May. So by the end of May, I was camping with my parents, and my dad was smashing dirty diapers over the river rocks to, get them as clean as possible and hanging them up to dry. And oh yeah, I mean, 3 months old and I'm out camping. Hell, I had a fishing rod in my hand. God, I think I was 2 or 3 years old. So, I mean, yeah, I've done an awful lot of different things in my life, and yet I have these psychic abilities. I've got mediumship abilities. I've got all the different clairs. Too many, I don't even. I'm like whatever. And some of them ebb and flow. It's like what I talked about earlier. Some of them ebb and flow, come and go. Well, they don't go. They're always there, but they'll diminish back down and pop up when you actually need them. And ET abductee my entire life, 57 years old, and been doing this my whole life, and it's not been so fun at times, especially when I really started remembering 3:13 on the clock right that second. Wow. Okay. Interesting that I noticed that. A lot of threes. So, and I'm getting tired, and it's time for me to quit. So basically, you got a hell of a rundown of who I am, of my experiences, what it's like. Not everything has to be in fear. But I do have to say, and I know how I come across, I get it. You have to understand a couple of things. As an ET abductee, this is a hard subject. I go through, this is why I call it the process. It's a process for a reason, because you go through a gambit, a large, large gambit of emotions. As an ET abductee, you can go through anger and rage, and I mean real major rage. You got to get that shit under control. You have every right to be angry, every right to have all the emotions, all the everything that you have going through an ET abduction. Whether they're the good ones, the bad ones, or the ones that are indifferent. Ah, yeah. A little bit more of that came off than yeah, that's nasty. All right, I'm gonna have to take a knife and fix that. Anyway, good grief. Should have gotten my other one. It's a little on the warm side. Anyway, so yeah, you have to learn how to deal with these things. 12, 22 on the numbers. You have to. Main, do it, clap, or nah. I don't know what that means. Hello, thanks. Thelma. Hello, Thelma. I haven't heard that name in a lot of years. It's a beautiful name, dear. Huh, Himenshu? Do you like spicy food like curry? I love curry. My body doesn't. There are a lot of foods I deeply love, and there are a lot of foods my body doesn't like. So, anyway. Um, oh, VP Records. Well, after hearing that, I'm really curious to taste the foods you've cooked. Oh God, what I was going to say, besides the blueberry muffin thing, the protein blueberry muffin thing, is I used to make some really well known. When you have an entire church back in the day going, you got to requesting that you make as many gigantic cinnamon rolls that you can that are pecan caramel flavor over the top. Ooh, 12:22 on the clock right now. Or on the numbers, I should say. Um, and they're so big, they're this big each one. That's not a joke. I've got pictures somewhere. Yeah, I used to do a lot of cooking. I used to buy 25-pound bags of flour back in the day because I made everything. I made our own tortillas. The only thing I didn't make was noodles and things like that. Um, UN serious. Okay, can you ASMR computer technical support, please? Nah, sorry. But yeah, I do like spicy foods, but I'm like eating kimchi left and right now, and it's kind of driving me nuts a little bit because I can't get enough of it. I love it. But my adult son likes it much spicier than my body can handle. So we get two different kinds. I get the mild to moderate spicy. He gets the really spicy. I'm like, nope, can't do that. So, yeah, I do like spicy foods. It depends on what it is. I love Ethiopian food. Oh my God, Ethiopian and there's a certain Indian food. I can't think of the name of it right now. Um, it's not chicken masala. What the hell is it? I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of things that I used to make that used to be requested that get made by me. And part of that comes from my mom. When she was cooking, she hardly seasoned anything. So by the time I was an adult, um, and ended up getting married, I learned really quickly about seasonings and flavors and the right combinations. I had to teach myself. I had nobody else to teach me. I had to learn it all on my own. I had my mom's really good sense of cooking that came from her mom and her great grandmother. And my mom left me with traditions like my grandmother, even though she wasn't German, she had this recipe called German sour cream twists. And it's a pastry. It's like a pastry, but it's technically a cookie. And she taught my mom how to make that. My mom was born in 38. And so my mom grew up learning a lot of these very special treats. And my grandmother, you gotta remember that was during wartime, and during the 1940s, when when my mother was growing up, my mom, excuse me, sorry about that. My mom was taught how to do all of these different pies and desserts and things like that. And there were some that, um, everybody's got a baked bean family recipe. I do. It's one that I used to be very good at making my mom's baked beans. Um, Now I can't do the recipe to save my life. I'm like, what the hell is wrong? Well, it's because I haven't made it in so long. I made it for the first time this year, for the very first time in about 8 years. And I went, oh my God, I'm bad at this. I haven't made it for so long. That's why. So when you get out of the habit of cooking for a large group of people, and you're cooking for either for yourself or for 1 to 3 people, it's very different when you're used to cooking for 8, 9 people at a time. You'll get so many views. Oh, okay. Um, Gautham, anti. Okay, no, well, that's going away. Where are you from? Okay, Seattle, Washington. People will probably give you money to play a tech support character. Oh, okay. Is your computer check your screen. Yeah. Indian food. Yep. Remote support. Down. Chicken tikka. Yeah. Buttered chicken review. I haven't had buttered chicken. Oh my God, I can't remember the last time I had buttered chicken. Um, you need to go to. We got the gamers in here. You can go to yeah. Sure, yeah. Breadsticks to side of yeah. Um, I'm serious. Don't buy from street 70%. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So have I graduated what? And who are you referring that to? VP Records. Graduated a lot about a lot of different things. Would you have rather grown up in the 40s or today if you could choose? If I could choose all over again, I'd go back and be a Gen Xer again. In the Gen X category, I would do that in a heartbeat because we have grown. See, I was born in 1968. 1323 on the numbers. Um, find the interesting numbers. Anyway, um, we have grown up to where we had no tech in the grand scheme of things, no real tech. By 1984, 85, when I was in high school, we had the beginnings of computer classes. Big old fat screens, long damn things. Hated those. Hated those fuckers. Um, and typing, and you learned typing in high school. The difference with now is there are so many things that and so you went through the technology phases, the numerous different technology phases, everything from AOL, such as, for example, AOL, after 40 years or 35 or whatever it's been, AOL just finally gave up dial-up. Dial up? Dial up was in the 1990s, baby. What the hell? It's still going? No. So there are aspects of things that I would like to see happen, but yet with better aspects. So we've got the technology, but the technology has really screwed with everybody in a major way. And now global governments have figured out how to use that technology to affect people's brains. That's becoming fact. So that I take great issue with. That's not okay. So because governments are so controlling on things of that nature, I'm now of the because they can't control themselves, they're like, oh, I can't say that. I was just going to refer to them as a I can't say that. I really want to say that. Anyway, yeah, they can't control different things, and it's about greed, not just money, but also control, extreme amounts of control. And with those extreme amounts of control, it's totally fucking up societies, global societies, mass populations, and that's not okay. I take great issue with that. Um, Great issue with that. I look to Voice to Skull. B2K, baby. Do your own research. I'm not going to tell you about it. Do your own research. It gets really freaking horrific. And people that have never experienced that before are just now really starting to experience it. Jojo, I'm a Gen X and love it. Awesome. Unserious as fuck 69. We live in someone's dream from decades ago. Yeah. Centuries even. Yes, I agree with that. Aaron Lutz. Who is that behind you? I gather you mean this. That's the Butterfly Nebula, and that is from my 4-year-old memory of being on an ET extraterrestrial ship and seeing that out the window. Yeah, I've got a painting of it in my closet. I've had to put my painting away because I can't seem to get the right the hell's it called? The right hanging rod to put it up where it needs to be, and so it's in my closet right now. So really sad about that, but that's how it is. I didn't know that, Drew. Drew says the guy just passed away who was the voice of AOL. You got mail. Did not know that. Unserious says fuck 69 says, what even is dial up? Damn. Yeah, honey, dial up. Oh, you're gonna laugh at this one. Dial up was a situation to where if you had a headset where you had a bottom end of the phone and top end was the receiver, and you'd put it down onto a device and you'd hear tones. Dial up. Now, the other version of dial up back in the day was you'd plug it into a box, a very big box, and then plug the box into the computer directly. Yeah, it was so fun. Was it a triangle craft? No. Omer, hello. Gene Smith said hi. Scarlet Shredder said hi. G Crafty, hi. What VP Records? What do you think is time travel possible in today's era? Yes, I know somebody who would really differ with me on that, but yeah, I do. And the reason I say that is because of being in SSP. As much as I hate saying it, but damn, now I have a phone where I can watch OF models. Yeah, no kidding. Hello. Old phone, old devices. Yeah, there are things that can be, it's crazy. Hey, JJ. Um, so yeah, you know, is what it is. Um, every once in a while, my son is like, Mom, you need to learn how to do this. He's referring to my cell phone. I get it. Pound Town Grant. Hello, Captain T. Yeah, if I chose to dye my hair, you wouldn't be calling me that anymore. I refuse to dye my hair anymore because dye really screws with the body chemistry. And I didn't know that until a number of female friends of mine ended up with breast cancer. And because that is what they learned. Specifically, black hair dye. Learned a lot from that. Anyway, do your own research, folks. Roland. Oh my God, I haven't heard that name in years. Roland, good day, and how are you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm getting a little tired right now, but I'm doing all right. Um, phones now are too expensive and have too much tech for nothing. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things. Uh, oh, they brought them back now. Unserious as fuck says, I miss the phones that slid up with the keyboards. They actually are bringing those back in the United States. Excuse me. Haley Russell, is it difficult to hypnotize another person? I don't know. I want to see dinosaurs, no hair. Oh God, you two guys. Okay, I need to have a snack or something because I can't do this. And my blood sugar's starting to get wonky. Okay, come on, open, stupid thing. I have a little piece of apricot. Okay, that should help a little bit. Try not to have that very often. Dancing on the Sun. Can you show us what your toes look like? Sorry, sweetie. No. Are you JJ? Are you America? Yes. I live in the United States. Yes. Where do you live, JJ? One veritable artery. Humans. Okay. Yes, it's possible. Show them money. Jeez. Dancing on the Sun. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not here to show anything. JJ, hello from Tasmania. Well, hello, Tasmania. How you doing? Yeah, I think we're okay. So Haley Russell is asking, is it difficult to hypnotize another person? I honestly do not know. Some people I do know are not easily hypnotized. Others are extremely susceptible to it. I do not know what makes the difference between the two. I do know my own personal experience as a child, um, being yelled and screamed at, and having two military officers yell and scream at each other that they couldn't hypnotize me. I've had other people try to hypnotize me. Even had a retired government CIA agent try to hypnotize me in public on the spot. Didn't work. Caught him at it. He still thought he was hypnotizing me because he came back to me the following day. So you tell me, is it easy? Oh, that's better. So, you know, um, Has many kept in tea. Those toes must like alligator feet. No, actually, I've got pretty good feet. They're fat feet. They're fat, chubby feet, but they're cute feet. Although I wouldn't show them. I don't think I ever have. VP Records, Nikki, if you ever get the chance to time travel, which year would you want to go to and what? Oh, excellent question. If I ever got the chance to time travel. Oh, wow. There's a lot of things that I would like to see again. Because I'm someone who remembers 104 lifetimes. Um, there's a few places I would like to see again and people I would like to talk to again. Um, I'd like to see Jesus again, although I can see him at any time. I know that. Um, but I remember him. Um, another time I would like to go back to is Atlantis. Another time I would like to go back to is I have met Miss Marilyn Monroe. She was one of the very first, well, she wasn't the first person to come talk to me. Matter of fact, the one that I recognized as the very first person was Dear Abby. Abigail Van Buren, I think is her name. It's either Dear Abby or it was her sister, Dear Ann Landers. It was one of them that did all the, and that was in the 1990s. She used to come and help me with laundry. She was awesome. She used to come and stand next to me at my, God, lived in this little shack of a house. And she used to stand next to me while I was doing laundry and tell me, no, you got to use this and this, Nikki. And I'm like, huh? If I use that and that, that's not going to be good. She was like, no, just trust me. Use this and this. Um, God, she was awesome. I enjoyed that lady, but I got a chance. The very second one after all of my everything started coming out in 2018. 2017 was the start, but 2018 was when it really started popping. And Miss Marilyn, my throat is starting to. I've done too much talking tonight. Hang on, gotta open up another one. Um, Miss Marilyn, as I call her, came and talked to me, and so did Junior, the brother. I have never said that publicly. Who would I like to meet from that timeline? JFK. Long before they murdered him. Because that would fit. I've talked to John Jr., I've talked to Bob, Bobby. I said I don't talk about that one very often. Well, I've never talked about it publicly. It's interesting because Miss Marilyn showed up first, then John Jr., and it was quite some time after that Bobby did. I'd kind of like to complete the set, so to speak. It's a really bad way to say it. Um, but there's so many things I would like. I don't want psychic information on. I would like to actually meet the man himself, because there were things that were taking place besides the screwing around and the crap behind the scenes of things. Um, and there's somebody else in government that I would very much, that was long before them, that I very much, who came to me and had a conversation, and I would very much like to meet that person. I mean, like, sit down and have a cup of tea with them. A number of pots of tea with them. That's actually what I'd like to do. So in answer to that question, um, which year would I want to go to and why? That's why. Um, then I'd like to go back and I'd like to talk to Da Vinci, and I'd like to talk to King Arthur. I remember bits of him. I remember bits and pieces of timelines of him. Um, he was real. He was a real person. And people say, oh, it was a myth. Oh, it's a myth based in fact. So there's that. I really had to think about that, because it's just, there's so many different aspects. I don't know. You think about, you look at that kind of stuff and it's like, wow. And there's times where I'd like to go back and I want to see exactly who put together SSP. Then we're getting into the dangerous things, the really dangerous things. I'd like to go back and see my mom, a different mom from Egypt. There's so many things that I remember about her, and I remember about my father. I was the daughter of someone very important in a very specific timeline, very important. And essentially, I was the love child. I would love to go back to see her. Love to go back and see my grandmother and my mom from this lifetime. And my great uncles, my grandfather. That's what I would like to do. But that's a different subject. There's a lot of things that I would like to do regarding going back in time, to see people, to talk to people. Because even as a psychic medium, you can talk to people. They're on the other side. You can talk to them. But it's not like having them physically with you. It's a big deal. I've had over 30 people die in my life. Way over 30. So when you start hitting numbers where you get 3 at a time, and that's in the 1990s, that's long before COVID hit. Okay. When you start hitting those kind of numbers, 3 at a time, 5 at a time, 7 at a time, you start looking at this going, holy crap. And you start realizing how different things really are. Okay, hang on one second. All right. So hopefully that more than answers your question, dear. Sorry, Laugh Out Loud came in here to the comment. Hope you have good day. Just you. Of my mom, she does this. Have a blessed day, and I pray God bless. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, no way. Can you tell us more about why they were trying to hypnotize you? Yeah, Haley Russell was asking, tell us more about why they were trying to hypnotize you. They were trying to this retired officer or agent, not officer, this retired agent, because I knew about the book, ufology book, government ufology book is how I should say that. Um, and they wanted to know more. And he wanted to have the information to take it back to his former higher level ups, make bank on it. And I'm like, fuck you. I I have choice words for him. Real choice words. Hope you rot. Um, Muslim family. Hello. Sosa. Hello, ma'am. Hi. Monquil. How did you do that? Hey, how did you do that? How did I do what, dear? Hello, world. Would you still give your virginity to the same person if you go back in time? No, because it was a sexual perp. Uh, okay. So here's one I haven't talked about in a long time. Well, I've talked about it, just not on here in a while. I am a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. The perp uh, died this year, came walking through my living room wall, and I had words to say to him. I had choice words to say to him. I had worked through counseling. In the 1990s, I worked through a great deal of counseling because of that abuse, that childhood abuse. And as such, the adult in me had forgiven because I needed to let go. I needed to move forward. I needed to move on with my life. And I thought, so you're asking me if I'm okay now? Yeah. Brug Nantar? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing things. Nikki, are you okay now? Yeah. So that person died, and when his spirit walked through my living room wall, middle of the night, or almost the middle of the night, I had an instantaneous child inside of me reaction. And that reaction was to stand up. It hit adrenaline mode for me. It was literally on automatic. I was having problems that day in walking. I was having problems with my back, and I was in a lot of pain that day and that night. So the fact that the adrenaline kicked in so fast, so hard, the second I saw him come through that wall, I stood up, I started yelling, screaming, whooping, hollering, and even did a happy dance. I was so shocked by my own reaction of doing a happy dance over this man's death, because all those years ago, I had worked on forgiveness. Well, the little kid in me, the little girl in me who had gone through the abuse, because he was coming in for forgiveness. And I essentially told him to fuck off. And he held I had a lot to say to him. And he held his head up, and then when I had a specific reaction, his head dropped, he hung his head, and he walked out in shame. And yeah. So do I need to relook at that as forgiveness regarding the child? I don't know. I haven't worked through that one yet. Do I need to? Do I think I need to? Yeah, I probably should. But it was an instantaneous reaction. a complete. It took me by such shock. Because here I had thought and had believed that I had done the forgiveness thing and had moved on, and I did. I'm able to talk about this. I'm able to talk about the kind of shit he used to pull, and I wasn't just the only victim. Um, I thank God for the kind of counseling that I got. So yeah, I mean it because I honestly I believe it saved my life in numerous ways, and so um, yeah, I've had quite a life, to say the least. Um, Aaron Lutz, the pyramid when they was being constructed. Yeah, that's really good. I agree with that one. VP Records, good to know, Nikki. Yeah. Hello world. Oh, retracted messages. Okay. Baby Beast. Okay. That's your opinion on that person. Okay. Do you read zodiacs? No, I don't. Uh, I'm a you in 30 years talking about yeah. I'm not interested in that individual. We're in lots of um yes, yeah. Indeed, wow, someone here is a okay. Okay. Hello. Here we are. Thank you. That should help. Hopefully. Yeah, there we are. All right. What else do we got in here? Go to leverage life. Are you British? No. Uh, um, sorry, dear. I don't know. That's some form of Arabic. I'm sorry. I don't know Arabic, Abdullah. Dear beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am not. If I knew I wouldn't do this, but I'm sorry. You're beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just Ramirez retracted. Okay. Um, JD, hey, want to talk to you. I'm from Bangalore. Okay. Well, I'm here right now. What's this stream about? ET abductions, Margarine. It's also about psychic abilities, life experiences. Um, did you know that Nikki means diary in Japanese? No, I didn't. Thank you for that. That's really interesting. Um, Shad Shazoda. Hi. I did not, but I do now, says Leah. Praise be. Yeah, okay. Gotta say, fantastic camera. Reminds me of my own eyes. Crystal, like water, ocean. Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Hello, said hi. Hi. Man in the box. What's your take on the latest whistleblowers? Oh gosh. Okay, I'm assuming that you are referring specifically to the whistleblowers in ufology. Is that correct, Leah? Before I go in? Graham from Birmingham, UK says hello. Hello, Graham. Yes, yes. I'm assuming that's what. Yes. Okay. Well, the most current ones that I saw were on. Oh God, I can't think of the name of the government agency that did it. The congressional hearing. What do I think of them? I think they've got good information. And there's one guy that I think that should be in a I was going to call it something different, in a skiff, providing as much as he possibly can. And quite honestly, I think there needs to be a protection organization for whistleblowers. I don't remember the man's name, Leah. I'm sorry. Tall, skinny. That's how I remember him. Thin. Well, I don't know about tall, but that's how he looked to me. Marjorie, what do you think about the current state of things? America is kind of going downhill, in my opinion. I think, honey, a lot of people have that opinion. I think it is Arrow. Says Aaron. Yeah, you know the one. Good, Leah. That's who I'm talking about. All I remember is skinny, thin, brown suit. That's what I remember. I could be wrong on the color brown, but that's how I remember him. I have not a damn clue. Prod T3RXSS is asking how many car batteries would I need to acid melt a whole 186-pound pig. It is for a school I don't have a clue. Not a damn clue. That is one that not a clue. 5. Okay. Arabian shorts. Hi. Oh my God, you are beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Leah, have you had your own experiences with an abduction? Honey, I'm a lifelong ET abductee. I'm 57 years old. I've been ET extraterrestrial abducted. According to psychic mediums that I personally know and others who are strangers who have told me that I'm not getting into controversial. You have a good question. You should ask me that in private. I have to remove it, unfortunately. Yeah, so the psychic mediums, all of them, and I mean all of them, have said that I've been abducted since I was, my mom was pregnant with me, since I was an infant in her belly. My first memory is 4 years old on an extraterrestrial / alien ship, and when I looked out the window, that's what I saw was the Butterfly Nebula, but I was told by the ETs that's not what they call it. They called it something very specific. So anyway, so yeah, I have had my own abductions. I'm part of one of a couple of different hybridization programs that I'm aware of. Is this AI? No, it's not. This is real. Justin is asking that. Okay. Arabian shorts. I'm from Syria. Do you know it? I know Syria. Yeah. Never been. Koza, you must be an ET reject. Well, that's a nice comment. Isn't it? No, actually, I'm not. Uh, no, actually, I don't, but I'm not getting into that subject on my channel tonight. Um, Justin Dream, are you an alien? No, I am not. I'm done with you. That we're not doing this. I told you, we're not doing this on my channel tonight. If you want to come in and talk and be respectful and not do the political stuff, that's fine. But I'm not doing that on my channel tonight. No. Just I'm not. What Aaron, what did they call it? What did the ETs call it? Oh, you're talking about this. Um, I've got a brain fart going. Holy shit balls. I've known this since I've been 4 years old. I've known that all my the Infinity Galaxy. My God, why was that so hard to remember? I've said that out of my mouth all the fucking time, and I couldn't. That's strange. Anyway, they used to call it the Infinity Galaxy, and I have since copywritten that. So, if anybody ends up trying to use that, it will be a clear violation of things. Mummies are real. Yes, they are. JJ, I like your shirt. Thank you. I appreciate that. I happen to love it. I've got an orange one similar to it. Absolutely love them. Your English is clear. Where are you from? Seattle, Washington, United States. Galaxy Error 404. Oh, yes. That's interesting. Anyway, anybody else have any other questions about ET abductions? I look like Scarlett Johansson. No, trust me, I do not look like Scarlett Johansson. Um, did the aliens probe you? Honey, I'm in a hybridization program. I am the surrogate mother of a lot of hybrid children. How did they communicate? Aaron Lutz is asking, how did they communicate with you telepathically? Are you a conspiracy theorist? No, I wouldn't call myself that. I am an experiencer of a lot of shit. That is where I'm at. Are there any movies that are realistic to your experiences? Oh my God, yes. Okay, so JJ, that's a great question. Look into why government, US government specifically, does a trickle down drip effect through Hollywood. Yeah. Gene Locrian. So you've seen an alien, honey. I've seen a lot of extraterrestrials. A lot. Ray Grove, I got probed by a guy that's hybrid mom. Yeah. I've got over 30 children. Hybrid children, human hybrid kids. And that's still bizarre for me to say. And I love every one of them. Do you record some? Record some in what way? Ask me any other questions because I'm getting ready to go. Avant-garde, do you like Mars or other chocolates too? You mean like a Mars bar? Yeah, I haven't had one of those in a very, 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 very long time. Very rare that I eat that. So you've seen aliens. Aaron Letts, I saw a triangle craft in a cornfield about 2 telephone poles high. Yeah, my stomach's starting to growl. After the experience, I have had dreams that become true and vision thoughts that become true later. Now, that's a very good point because somebody earlier, much earlier, had asked me, um, crap. If the psychic experiences were in conjunction with extraterrestrial experiences, and they can be. Um, the other part of that question was along the line, oh God, hang on. Okay, other part of that question was along the lines of are they creating psychic abilities in children? No, the psychic abilities are already there. They're advancing them by teaching the children, the extraterrestrials, the ones that are actually doing this and following through with it. They're actually teaching them how to open up their higher consciousness so that they can be stronger, shall we say, better in a lot of ways. Um, so there's that aspect of it. One more. I know we're gonna. Okay. Well, it looks like you need your meds fast. Yeah, I need. I need to go and I need to go eat. Have an actual meal. Haley Russell. I saw a ghost once. I was sleeping with my back to the edge of the bed. The entity was standing directly behind me, looking down. Only this entity had no eyes, no mouth, or nose. But you could see the. Yeah, apricot. I have to have a piece of apricot because I'm struggling. Sorry, I was snacking, Nikki. That's funny. Do you eat aliens? No, my dear, I don't. Okay, I want to get back to this thing Haley's saying. Looking down. Directly behind me, looking down, only this entity had no eyes, no mouth, or nose, but you could see the shadows where the eye sockets should be, but the skin covered entire face, and its body illuminated like the moon and had no clothes. Hang on, I want to say something, but I gotta deal with business first. Eye sockets could see the shadows where the eye sockets should be, but the skin covered entire face. Its body illuminated like the moon and had no clothes. Well, in a weird way, that sounds oddly like a gray, like one version of gray. Um, the eye socket thing is very unusual, though. Very, very unusual. Um, I can honestly say I don't think I've ever come across that. Uh, illuminated like the moon, entire face and its body illuminated like the moon. The only ones that I know that illuminate, as you call it, like the moon, um, with no clothes, are a specific kind of ET. But the eye thing, I don't know anything about that. That's a completely different part of this dynamic. Um, Fascinating, Haley. Thank you for that information. Had hair that was black and parted down the middle. Oh, now that makes more sense. It backed up and went through the door. That actually makes a lot more sense. Now that sounds like a hybrid. Um, okay, there are certain ETs that are similar to what you described. The difference is that they've got their eyes. Um, through the door. Yeah, okay. Now the ETs I see in my sleep are in human hybrid form. Yeah, no, I get that. Okay. Haley, you got any other questions? I don't know what to say to that. I mean, that is truly, that's incredible. That's quite a story. Normally, I would have said go report that, um, but I don't necessarily trust a certain organization in ufology. So well, it sounds more like an ET than a demon, to be quite honest. I've dealt with demons and demon wannabes. Um, yeah, it could be, but with the moon glow on the skin, I say ET. Yeah, okay. So Haley just said because its body went through the door, it was closed. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. Hold on to your hats. Pull up your big girl britches because this is a big one. All right. So what ends up, there we go. What ends up happening, oh, and now it's falling. Isn't that fun? All right, let's try to come up just a little bit more before it decides to fall. Yeah, and it's still falling. Okay, it's better than it was. All right. Srati, I'm from Malaysia. Hello. Basically as if it walked through the wall, but it went through the door. Yeah, okay. All right, Haley, here we go. I've gone through walls. And the only reason I know that is because I felt it. What happens with an ET is that it's what's called phase shifting. They literally have the ability to control their frequency. And they have such extreme amounts of control regarding their frequency, their own internal frequency, their own internal energy, that they can literally turn it on and off in the blink flash of an eye. Not a joke. I've seen them do it. That said, when they abduct, they can put a human, they can radiate that frequency right over the human, spread it out over the human, and make the human phase shift with them. This is no joke. This is how they get people out of buildings. I've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've experienced it. Now, that said, it would be nothing for them to allow you to see them while they're still visual, but they're in a phase shift mode. Would not surprise me. Now, could it be an ET? Oh, hell yeah. Could it be a demon? I wouldn't call it a demon. I'd call it a wannabe. Because a wannabe, oh God, I can't remember. I've got a girlfriend. She calls it something different because she's like, no, it's wannabe sounds really weird. Call it and I can't remember what the hell she calls it now. I've got it written down somewhere. I just need to actually post it somewhere so that I freaking remember the term because it's a really good term. But yeah, a wannabe is a entity trying to be a demon that hasn't gotten there yet because it takes many multiple millennia to become a demon, a true demon. And true demons on Earth are rare. There's not, I mean, it's not like they're widespread, but what is widespread are the wannabes and the lower downs from the wannabes, the minions. So it's potentially possible that it's a wannabe, or it's a minion, or it's an ET. Not going to be an angel. An angel would not do that to you. Would, yeah, a mimic. says Drew. Yeah, it very possibly could be a mimic. Haley says, I was 4 years old, and when I woke up, they took one step back, and I called out to it thinking it could have been Mo. Oh, I think you mean Mom. Yeah, yeah, your mother. Yeah, and it would pause, take a few steps back. Once I stood up, it then exited the room. Yeah, that actually kind of makes sense for an ET. Not so much for a wannabe, but for an ET. Yeah, but it could be one of the others. So, and I'm not picking up anything psychic on it right now. I'm just not. So, but I'm also not putting forth any real energy or effort to it. So, um, Jennifer's here. No, I heard the name Jennifer, then I felt an energy. The energy disappeared. Well, that's interesting. Never heard of the night hag. That's a first one. Anyhow, on that note, I think I'm gonna go. I need to get some protein in me. Oh, the demon of sleep paralysis? I've never heard of that. Um, Never heard of that. Yeah, there are night paralysis beings. There are also physical medical things that cause sleep paralysis, so take that into consideration. But because you had a paranormal, because that is a true paranormal experience, that's paranormal or ET, flat out. But because you had that experience, I would definitely be asking some serious questions. Um, Before it touched you. Yeah, well. Aaron Lutz, before you go, what does the owl mean on your necklace? You're the only one that caught that. This is going to come as a shock or a surprise. Okay, so for me, the owl symbol is not ET related. For me, the owl symbol is a loved one who is now gone, who was a protector. Now, the gemstone that's in there is a lapis lazuli. The black eyes, I think, are glass. I don't think those are actually, I could be mistaken, but I think those are glass. But the blue is lapis lazuli. And thank you for your insight, Nikki. Go get some nutrition in you and have a good night. Logging off. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're very welcome, dear. You're very welcome. But he was a protector of mine and still is. And Haley Russell logging off. Okay. Take good care. Take good care, dear. But like I said, he was a protector of mine and still is. And he comes back and kicks some serious hardcore ass when he doesn't like something that I'm experiencing. And he's damn good. And he's not to be fucked with. And he knew government stuff very, very well. So, anyway, I have a blue one, lapis lazuli. I have a blue one. Yeah, Drew, that's a big deal. Marta, hello from the beautiful Ozark Mountains. Hello. Hello from Seattle, Washington. Aaron Lutz, that's crazy. My grandma and her mom loved owls, and she was my protector. Oh my God, pardon me. Sorry, folks. I apologize. That hit me hard. Fast, too. Um, Loved owls, and she was my protector, and now she's gone. Okay, if you start noticing feathers or hearing owls or hearing different things and they're popping up on your device, the old damn thing. Matter of fact, the screen keeps going shit. I'm like, oh my god, I've got to get a new device transfer onto a cheap old device or a cheap new device. Anyway, but look into that on your news feeds on whatever platform you're on. If you start seeing those symbols, that's probably your loved one leaving you messages saying, "Hello, I'm here watching you, keeping an eye out for you." Just an FYI. My grandmother used to do that with me with dolphins years ago when I was a little kid, and I didn't understand what it meant. I understand it. Yeah, well, it took me a lot of years. Um, but yeah, that was my grandmother's message for me. She was a huge person about dolphins. So, um, Drew's saying Ozark is beautiful, Marta. I've driven through there a few times. Yeah. Erin, her dad was a Freemason and they were big with the government. Oh, yeah. Freemasons have a tendency to be that way. Marta, it's definitely a paranormal place here in the Ozarks. Yes, I've heard. Got a friend who lives near there. True. Yes, cryptids too. Yes. Just saying, I remember being a kid going to a family reunion in Bull Shoals, Missouri. Oh, wow. Wasn't that a small town? I think that's a small town. I remember Missouri. I just, been a while. Anyway, all right. On that note, I live off grid and have lots of owls around. I believe they communicate with me. Oh, yeah, I'm sure they do. Owls are incredibly smart. So are crows and ravens, amongst others. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to go 4 hours, 22 minutes into this. I hope you all take care. I am going to be doing Saturday nights now instead of Thursdays. Thursdays are just too difficult of a night. It's either going to be 10 p.m. Pacific time or 11 p.m. Pacific time. It's probably going to be closer around 10. Anthony Gonzalez, hello from Stockton, California. Hello from Seattle, Washington. Um, Hello. I cannot pronounce it. Najib. Not even sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Hello. Anyway, I'm going to take off. Take very good care. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And a really good week. And I hope you get a chance to play. Have a lot of fun. Go out. Enjoy some time. Um, well, isn't that an interesting thing to come into my chat and pretend to be somebody who is dead? Wow, wow, wow. I am really stunned. Wow. Wow. Okay. Um, Hello to rocks. Drew is saying my spirit animal is fox. Triple J. Yeah. Okay. On that note, take very good care. Have a wonderful weekend. Good seeing you all. Wow. Yeah, kind of interesting, huh, Drew? Betcha I know which female that comes from. Don't screw with me. If you are who I think you are, you better back off. No, it's not even remotely funny, Drew, and I agree with that statement you just made. Thank you. Anyhow, take very good care, everybody. Be very good. Have a lot of fun. Enjoy some time. Bye. Okay, I gotta find the button again. I always do this every stinking time. Anyway, take care, folks. Bye. Blessings.